All right. Guess who got woken up at 5 a.m. by River? Woken up at 5 a.m. by River Award. Why? Well, we heard hissing, we heard screaming. I can only assume that Bagheera sniffed her butt or something. You know how cats are. They're gross. 5 a.m. We go out. Everything's fine. Obviously, everything's fine, except for our sleep. Our sleep's not fine. You know how cats are. Cat moment. Hey, love, could you procure River for me so we can shame her? Hey, what did it sound like again? You know. You know how it is. Contacting the mothership. Who's that? Oh, she's mad. Ooh, she's mad. Do you know? Do you know that it's shaming time? Why did you wake me up at 5 a.m.?
Shame, shame,
Shame, shame. Everyone shame. Point and shame.
shame, shame,
Why?
shame.
Why?
Stupid.
What did you have to say? What did you have to communicate? That your sister was sniffing you?
Shame.
They're shaming her.
Shame, shame.
Shame, shame, shame.
Shame.
Shame, shame, shame.
Shame. Shame. Wiggles. Yeah. Yeah.
No victim blaming. I'm the victim! We're the victim. Oh, she's back. Clearly not too annoyed by the attention. All right, how are we doing? White boy from the PNW wearing a flannel. How original. Plaid doesn't mean flannel. Nice try. This shirt is literally transparent. Can you see? You can literally see my... Well, wait. Maybe not through 2 layers. It's not flannel. Have you played Suzerain? No. Have you considered being a heavier sleeper? The fucked up thing is I actually am a pretty heavy sleeper. Did you see Rowling posted a trans woman upskirt to Twitter? No. No, I didn't. Whatever. Oh, okay. This isn't an upskirt. This is a person sitting in a chair wearing a skirt with her legs crossed. That's not quite the same. I thought you meant that J.K. Rowling went in the tube and like snapped a pic of an upskirt, which would have been far more sensational. This is more of a like True Lies situation, you know? Okay, that's a little different. You should be careful with your language, okay? Kind of a different deal there, you know? Not out of the realm of possibility, no? Nah. TERFs are fucking obsessed. They're crazy. What's the point of having a transparent shirt? Apart from being like a slut? Because a shirt that lets light through probably also lets air through. You see Ro Khanna being a liberal? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I want to get a little bit of clarity here because you brought up the...
We should talk about that Ro Khanna interview. Yeah. Okay. So Ro Khanna is almost certainly making a presidential bid, and lately AOC has been signaling that she wants to as well, which I think is interesting because it makes sense to me that she would like run for Senate first, but I guess in fairness, after she's completed 6 years of a Senate term, the country's not going to exist anymore anyway. Like, if you want to be president of the United States of America, you should do it soon. You should do it quickly. I understand we're not exactly tremendous fans of Ryan Grimm here, but journalists are journalists, even if they occasionally engage in rape apologia. You know, we watch CNN, and I'm not exactly a huge fan of Jake Tapper. Let's take a look at this. Apparently, Ro Khanna was equivocating over support for Israel. I haven't seen it, but that's what I've heard.
Who have been deeply concerned about the apartheid state of Israel, the genocide in Gaza, find it refreshing to hear a member of Congress speak in this way, and the fact that you also have used this opportunity to try to highlight specific cases of Palestinians. I want to ask you, though, what you think the consequences for Israel should be not just of these actions, but also for the mass murder of a documented roughly 80,000 people. It's probably much higher than that in
Probably much higher.
Gaza, a significant portion of whom are children. I've heard you talk about sanctioning individuals. I've heard the framing that you and Bernie Sanders offer about offensive weapons or weapons that kill civilians, but I've also heard your defense of Iron Dome. And I want to push you on this because I think a lot of the critique of you from pro-Palestine people and from Palestinians is that the position you're advocating basically amounts to, we need to make sure that the sniper is protected so that he can continue sniping.
Well, if we look, I appreciate the question, and I will answer it specifically. But if you look at all the things I've called for, I've said zero aid to Israel and supporting the Massey Amendment that does that. That's going to be a big vote coming up this week. I've said no military sales to Israel that are used to kill civilians. I've said no.
This is disappointing. I feel like Ro Khanna's language on this has shifted, but this does imply he would continue to support Iron Dome funding, or at the very least Iron Dome sales.
Military integration, and led the fight to repeal Section 224 and 219, which is Netanyahu's end run, where they would just co-produce the military. I've said we should call it apartheid and recognize the genocide. So these are on a scale of 1 to 10. You know, it's like going from 1 to 7 or 8, and the debate is, okay, 9 or 10. Do I an arms embargo completely, which I have not supported, would say Israel can't even get or produce from anyone defensive the Iron Dome. And I guess my view is, you know, anyone should be able to protect civilian life, but that's not America supporting it. I do think, though, that there is something that the next administration could do within the first 100 days, instead of just saying, okay, we're going to talk abstractly about this long peace process.
How successful do you think a third-party Thomas Massey Ro Khanna unity ticket would fare? Very badly. No one's winning outside of a Republican or Democrat ticket, not even close. America is farther away from a successful third party than it literally ever has been. The problem right now is that, like, Ro Khanna is equivocating. It seems like the closer he gets to announcing a presidential run, the more people are contacting him and telling him, like, hey, you better watch yourself. Because to get detained by settlers, then by the IDF illegally, and then to go on and be like, well, we still need to supply the Iron Dome. This is, listen, Ro Khanna has always been an opportunist, okay? I put no stake whatsoever in Ro Khanna's personal, like, consistency. I think that he is very good at media access. I think that he is very willing to talk. I think that he is by and large motivated by good priors, but opportunists remain opportunists. And the opportunities that they're being influenced by are not always the ones that we see publicly. There are behind the scenes ones as well. And that's my concern here, you know?
Demand the arrest of Ynon Levy and extremist settlers within 100 days. Demand the destruction of every outpost within 100 days. Demand the destruction of illegal settlements within 100 days. Demand a justice for Palestinians and Palestinian people so that they stop getting terrorized within 100 days. That doesn't have to be some dialogue. That needs to be a directive from the American administration saying Israel must do this. And we need to be taking steps as we get towards a broader peace in that direction. I think that's one of the things that came out of this trip, the immediacy of the suffering of Palestinians.
I still don't think this is answering the question. I mean, tell me where I'm wrong here. What you're advocating for, we are talking about not just Netanyahu. You know, Sanders always says Netanyahu and his extremist right-wing government. But if you look at public opinion polling, there is widespread support for open genocidal policies. In fact, Netanyahu is often criticized by his political opponents for not having finished the job in Gaza or in Lebanon or elsewhere. And I want to know why it is that you are stopping on this, because so much of what you're saying, it's one of the clearest recognitions of the issue that you could hear from an American politician. And yet you still are saying, but the sniper needs to have protection.
It's not the sniper. It's saying that we're not, just so there's no ambiguity on my position, which is also the position of Sanders or AOC or others, as I understand it. It is that we have zero military aid to Israel. that we have no military sales that are used to kill military.
I especially now, like the idea that this criticism does not extend towards funding of the Iron Dome, to me, is absolutely insane. This is not like an edge argument or whatever. We all know that Israel enjoys the impunity given to it through Iron Dome sales. The Iron Dome doesn't protect civilians, it harms civilians in the same way that giving a bulletproof vest to a school shooter harms civilians. You're just giving them the ability to enact violence against civilians. Like, the civilians that are dying right now are not dying in Israel. Well, I mean, they are in, like, Gaza and the West Bank, which is part of Israel in the sense that they control it, like, in a military sense, but they're dying in Lebanon, right? They're dying in Iran to a lesser extent, admittedly, since the bombings calmed down somewhat. But like Israel enjoys the impunity that we give it. We are harming civilians by giving them Iron Dome. This is not like some crazy edge case lefty argument. It's very, very obvious. I just don't. Yeah.
Weapons that are used to be killing civilians. So that's the drop.
I would argue Iron Dome is used to kill. I would argue Iron.
I just feel like people should not have been surprised. Masaigo, it's not about whether or not we're surprised. It's just like, this is a position. He's an opportunist. So like what his positions are going to vary. But like this is something on which I wouldn't say I'm a single issue voter, but I consider it like very, very, very highly. I think that what we're doing in the Middle East right now has like genuine world threatening consequences, and we need the highest possible level of opposition to it. Like far beyond, frankly, merely restricting Iron Dome rearmament to them. But like it's whether or not it's surprising is immaterial to me. Like, you know,
Iron Dome is used to kill civilians because it allows the Israelis to have this American backing to operate with impunity by openly saying that I support this military technology for Israel. What you're saying is that when Israel attacks other countries who have a right to fight back, that my position is that sniper, I wish he wasn't doing the sniping, but that sniper has a right to have the United States defending their sniping.
But I don't think that that's the case if we're stopping all military aid and we're stopping giving them the weapons to kill others, and we're stopping protecting them at the UN, and we're demanding the actions in terms of justice. I don't think that their policies, whether it's Netanyahu or another Israeli government.
Would you say this about apartheid South Africa? I've heard you talk about it.
Well, because I
give me another example where you say it's okay to continue any level of support for an openly genocidal society that has mass murdered 80,000 people, more than 300 media workers, has invaded Lebanon, has bombed Iran, and you're saying, oh, but we need to protect civilians. This isn't about protecting civilians.
Invaded Syria too. I'm not letting them off the hook for that. I still can't believe the fucking balls on these guys, you know? That right after the Syrian civil war, when Assad was deposed, they were just like, yeah, we're just going to take this mountain. We're just like, why? I don't know. We're going to bomb Damascus. Why? I don't know. Like no explanation was given. Seriously, they were just like, well, we can. They're fucking discombobulated. Got to go in for the kidney shot, you know?
This threat to their civilians is their policy. And so I don't understand why
Jeremy seems smart. Jeremy Scahill has been he's been doing work for decades, big like anti-war on terror, anti-Zionist. Like he's been very consistently aligned. Unfortunately, like my opinion of people associated with Dropsite News is lower right now because I'm still fucking mad at them for like Ryan Grimm and what their media guy was saying about the Graham Plattner allegations. Like, I just think that was really, really, really bad. But in fairness, I don't actually know what Jeremy Scahill's positions are on that. I haven't heard him speak in it. It's possible his positions are bad and he also did rape apologia. I don't know. I don't. I have not looked at it.
You have even one qualified shred of support for a sniper mass murderer masquerading as the only democracy in the Middle East.
Well, but I'm not saying that the United States should be supporting the funding for Iron Dome, just so we're very clear. I'm saying that we shouldn't be restricting Israel from being able to get the Iron Dome or be able to develop the Iron Dome technology. Well,
I stop there. Everything else you're saying makes so much sense. Why do you stop there? It feels to me like
Scahill supported Tulsi Gabbard for DNI. Okay, then he's probably a campus too. Yeah. Tulsi Gabbard would be a shock to the U.S. intelligence system. Okay, yeah, all right. Okay. So, yeah, campus bent. He's been... This is like a common Achilles heel for people like this. He has been doing good work for decades and decades, but, like, I really do think that the war on terror caused, like, permanent brain damage in a lot of lefties from that era, where they are, like, really hardline campused against American power, and it makes them fall for a bunch of obvious traps. Like Chomsky. So obviously Chomsky's a piece of shit. Most of Chomsky's political prescriptions are good, obviously, apart from his pro-Epstein positions. But like, it has also led him down some stupid fucking, you know, Chomsky braves where angels dare not tread. Pol Pot shit. So it's a common Achilles heel. I'm trying to like broaden my thoughts on this a little bit because I really don't think that being a bit of a retard about like Assad undoes decades of good coverage on American imperial power. It's just worth keeping in mind, you know? You're not going to find, listen, okay? All I'm going to say is there's only one me. Everyone else is a compromise, all right? I say about like a legendary reporter who's worked for decades and has like a massive fucking Wikipedia article on all the stuff he's done. But like, I don't expect to agree with everyone and everything. You should still be critical of their bad positions. In this case, obviously, in the context of this conversation, Jeremy Scahill is correct, right?
You're trying to have it both ways on this issue. So you can say, well, I actually support, defending the Israeli civilians. You're not defending Israeli civilians with that policy. You're defending the sniper's ability to keep killing because it won't face the ultimate accountability, which is a total embargo on all support for an apartheid state.
Yeah, I don't think you have to put at risk. You would agree, there are innocent civilians in Israel, right? Including.
If you take away all the Iron Dome missiles, though, wouldn't that give Iran and other neighbors free reign to shoot all their missiles? Yes. Do you have a follow-up? We should not sell weapons or rearm the defensive capabilities of nations currently committing like genocides or invading neighboring countries. In the same way, I don't think we should sell weapons to Russia either, even if they're like defensive weapons. I don't think we should sell like anti-air missiles to Russia, you know?
20% being Arab Israelis. I mean, I just don't think that you have to put their lives at risk to achieve the ends of stopping the apartheid, stopping the occupation.
Israel puts their lives at risk by waging genocidal wars with the support of a significant portion of its population, and by enabling them by saying, well, the sniper still needs to have his cover. Or well, I stop at this thing. What you're saying is that the accountability then doesn't lie on American policy toward Israel. It's sort of something abstract.
Maybe Israel would feel a lot less comfortable doing all the shit that it does if they paid the consequences for it and didn't have a military that was heavily subsidized by the American arms industry, you know? Maybe their civilians would be a little bit less bloodthirsty. I have to say, the Germans got a lot less bloodthirsty when they realized we could bomb them. When the motherfuckers in Dresden, they were like, I thought we were the only ones. What the fuck? I'm burning. I thought only they would burn. Oh, come on. Grow up. Fucking child logic. I'm youch. Yeah. I don't know. Like the civilians get more bloodthirsty the more impunity they get to act with. I feel like maybe Israelis would pursue a slightly less omnicidal foreign policy if it wasn't for the fact that, like, we spend $50 billion for every Israeli civilian loss to protect them. That's not the exact number. It's not even close to the exact number. I made it up, but you know what I mean. Meanwhile, in Japan, the leaders were like, it do be like this. It do be like that, Mr. Emperor. Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah. I just don't think that, like, Israel, I don't think modern governments and modern societies are willing to accept the, like, mutual bloodshed that comes with being the kind of country Israel wants to be. The only reason Russia gets away with it is because they have no civil society at all. But Israel is, albeit a very flawed and corrupt, but still a democracy. Like, there is a relationship between the dissatisfaction of the people and the whims of the government. If the people in Israel were like, oh, my tummy hurts, maybe we shouldn't indefinitely invade Lebanon or, like, claim Greater Israel, then maybe they would stop, But as long as the people of Israel want war and death, they're going to get it because they're going to elect leaders that are going to do it, It's bad. It's very, very bad.
Well, Israeli civilians could die. Israeli civilians are dying in these attacks because of the apartheid. Palestinians have a right to kill Israeli soldiers, Congressman? On October 7th, when they attacked the military bases in the Gaza envelope, did the Qassam brigades and Surah al-Quds have a right to kill Israeli soldiers? Yes or no?
Who?
On October 7th, did Palestinians have a right to attack Israeli military bases in the Gaza envelope, yes or no?
This really gets down to it because, like, obviously, and I don't defend Hamas attacking the like music festival or whatever, the civilians, though obviously we know a lot of the people who died were IDF, and the IDF also killed a lot of Israelis too. We don't need to equivocate. Like, in general, civilian targeting is bad, even if it's produced by the consequences of like the imperial nation's behavior. But like, what about like a military base? The IDF is explicitly like an institution that has participated in the slaughter and occupation and apartheid of Palestinians. The IDF does not enjoy the protection, the moral protection that civilians enjoy.
I mean, I think October 7th attack was a terrorist attack, so I don't
Was
justify.
it a terrorist attack when the first targets that were hit on the morning of October 7th were multiple military bases? Did Palestinian forces have a right to attack those military bases?
I am not for violence again in any way. I mean, I am for making sure that we end the
Did they have a
occupation.
right to do it, Congressman? Do they have a right to attack Israeli soldiers?
No, I'm not going to say that Hamas had a right to attack Israeli soldiers or kill Israelis. Like, I don't think that advances peace or advances Palestinian statehood.
Does Israel have a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th?
I believe Israel had the right to get people who killed.
Oh. Yeah, this is disqualifying to me. This is a very direct one-to-one. So Hamas does not have a moral right to kill IDF soldiers, but IDF soldiers have a right to drop bombs on Gaza. This is like a one-to-one. This is really, like, leaving aside the civilians who were killed on October 7th, this is a very straightforward equivocacy. Yeah, no. I understand this is a difficult position to put anyone in. Like, even among Democrats, this is a tough one, but unfortunately, we're in exceptional times. Like, the idea, this is exactly the kind of, like, hand-waving that leads to infinite U.S. deference, and, like, we need a very, very, very strong will on this one. Yeah, no, I don't, yeah. It's not just about arms sales, it's about, like, the moral license. You know what I mean? If you think it was morally wrong for Hamas to attack the IDF, like IDF bases on October 7th, I disagree with you. I think you could supply plenty of legitimate arguments for that. But like, the consistent position then would be, I believe it was totally wrong for Israel to respond militarily in any way after October 7th. But if you don't hold that position, if you think Israel has some unique license to kill, but the Palestinians don't, then that's just like that's not workable. It kind of shows that a lot of the shit that he's been saying following his trip to Israel is insincere. It's the opportunist thing, right? Like, you can talk up a big game about how disgusting it is the settlers get to do whatever they want, but you don't seem to actually believe that. Like, you seem to think that Israel does enjoy some kind of unique moral license to kill that the Palestinians don't. And if you were consistent on this, AOC couldn't answer this question either. This direct question is a tough one. I acknowledge that. But in fairness, AOC says she supports an arms embargo on Israel, including not selling Iron Dome rearmaments. Like, no arms sales to Israel whatsoever.
Congresswoman, would you support an arms embargo? I know that you support stopping sending offensive and defensive military aid to Israel. Would you support an embargo?
What do you? I mean, I consider both of those things to be the same.
Stopping the sale of arms to Israel, or stopping other countries from selling to them.
I don't. Well, other countries, I don't know where we have jurisdiction over, but I think in terms of us, I do not support any transfer of weapon.
Sale or aid.
You know, I think
it would be suicide to answer this question correctly. Yes, I think so. Listen, if he couldn't say yes to Hamas killing IDF soldiers, then he had to say no to Israel killing Palestinians. That would have been a consistent answer. I understand that you can't, like, a presidential run can't be built off of, like, lay epic campus posting or whatever, but he should have said, like, I abhor violence in all of its forms. I think it was unjustifiable for October 7th to have been committed, even against IDF bases, but the IDF's response to Gaza was also unacceptable. If he had said that, that would have been a consistent position. The inconsistency is very revealing. And by the way, I think politically he could have gotten away with that. Like, think of how much support for Israel has dropped over the past couple of years. I think you could 100% hold your feet on that. You could just flatly say like, yeah, I think both responses were untenable. Now that might be a bit of a pie in the sky opinion because like, wow, so you think violence is bad? You wish no one did violence? Like, okay, great. In the same way, it's not very helpful to say, well, I wish Russia never invaded Ukraine, but I also wish Ukraine didn't have to bomb Crimea or whatever. Like, I understand it's not very helpful, but it is a radical position in today's political environment to acknowledge that Israelis and Palestinians are equally human. No matter how much like virtue signaling politicians engage in, where they're so concerned about the suffering of Palestinians, the policies we engage in and the implicit like moral preferentialism that we show indicates we very obviously think that Palestinian lives are not worth Israeli lives, which is why Israel can kill God knows how many, you know, in my opinion, hundreds of thousands, but at the very least 80,000 Palestinians, and that's just like, you know. But aren't both their answers the same? They both want to end the arms sale. Equivocating, the inconsistency Ro Khanna is expressing here is bad and indefensible. He thinks that Israel has a moral license to kill, Palestinians do not. Also, he wants to sell Iron Dome weapons, Iron Dome defense rearmament to Israel. Those are not the same. It's different policy and different ethics.
Well, here's one thing that I will say, like the actual ways that these things work is that they have to go. So anything that I have a vote for, here's what I'll say.
Okay.
Anything I have a vote for, I would not authorize that transfer. And I haven't, you know, I never have. I've never voted.
You voted for Iron Dome sales.
To my knowledge, I don't believe I've ever voted for SFOPs. I've never voted for the military.
The Iron Dome's the military. That is also the military.
NDAA budget. So in terms of my vote and what I have control over, I always vote no on weapons transfer.
Would you consider taking a trip like the one that Congressman Khanna took to the West Bank?
Oh, of course. You know, I think
she voted present? Okay, fine. She voted present.
Many years ago, Netanyahu prevented Congresswoman Tlaib and Omar from entering, and so I had stated...
Want to cover the insane DoD post? No, I want to talk about the thing I'm talking about right now. Thank you.
Years ago that as long as they were opposing entry to them, but I certainly would be open to visiting and would be happy to. You know, I've never taken an AIPAC funded trip, and I don't take...
Seems fun though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, but you know, I've never taken like those kinds of funded trips.
Yeah.
But which is probably another reason why I haven't gone. But in terms of visiting, I would be more than happy to.
You think there needs to be action taken after they detained him, especially the IDF playing a role in taking this?
Anyway, so there is a difference between their positions, though I don't know what AOC would ask, or sorry, what she would respond with if she was asked like the questions Ro Khanna is being asked here.
The civilians, but not in the way they went about it, which I've said is genocide.
But the Palestinians don't have a right to attack the very military bases that are running the killing operations on October 6th, 2023, or October 5th, 2023. It's a double standard. You're saying there are ways that Israel should be able to kill Palestinians, but there is never a condition under which Palestinians can attack armed, uniformed soldiers of a force that is still considered an occupying force under international law. I don't make it make sense.
Another good like moral equivacy here is, do you think that Palestinians in the West Bank have a right to defend themselves against settlers? So the settlers are literally like slaughtering them, no legal opposition, raping them, burning down their villages. They're like animals. They can do whatever they want. Do you think Palestinians have a right to defend themselves with violence against those settlers? There is an obvious correct answer to this. Just as Black Americans in the South had a right to defend themselves against the Ku Klux Klan, very straightforward. This is like an obvious one-to-one, like very easy. Now, the closest like middle ground answer you could give is that realistically, defending yourself against the settlers is just going to like increase the violence against you. And that is true. Realistically, there's nothing that people in the West Bank can do to stop the overwhelming tide of violence, both state and stochastic, against them. But we're talking morally. Like, do you think they have a moral right? Not do you think the consequences of it would be good? And you can argue, well, consequentially, that's an overlap, blah, 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 which I acknowledge. But I still think the point of the question is clear, and you could carve out the exact language as you wanted to. And I have a feeling that Ro Khanna would say no. I have a feeling Ro Khanna would say he does not support them defending themselves against that violence, which I mean, is a morally untenable position. Like nobody today would be like, well, Black Americans should have just let the Klan lynch them. Like that would not be a defensible position.
Me, how those
I
two
come
things
from
are
a
not
tradition
totally
of
I think that's a bad allegory comparing it to the Klan. The Klan killed far fewer people than Israel has. The settlers in the West Bank do far more than the Klan ever has. Genuinely. Like the Klan enjoys a mythological reputation in America for its violence and terror, but they are just a pale shadow of what the settlers in the West Bank do and have done. The degree of legal impunity they have, the degree to which the state sanctions their violence, it's incomparable.
King and Gandhi. My grandfather was in jail for.
I'm aware of your family history. Do you think King would say, "Well, there's certain they can attack the Viet Cong, but I don't want them to kill"?
I don't think anyone. I don't know what Gandhi would say. I don't think my grandfather would say that the Palestinians should have armed resistance to Israeli occupation. I think they would argue for a much more nonviolent approach. But America, I think, in ending aid, in ending military sales, in not being.
Iron Dome is military sales. It doesn't matter how much you dress it up. The Iron Dome is a military tool used by the military, rearmed with military munitions. They're not civilian. We're not doing civilian sales of Iron Dome interceptor missiles.
Being a defender of Israel in the UN, just vetoing resolutions against Israel would make tremendous progress. I mean, you know, maybe we're on a scale of 1 to 10, and you're at a 10, and I'm saying let's go to a 6, 7, 8. I don't know where that would be. And right now, America's at a 1.
No, we're at a 10 because of a genocide that was enabled, supported, armed, and funded by the United States. And I am baffled as to how you can say that Israel had a right to drop a single bomb on Gaza in response to October 7th, but Palestinians, according to you, have no right whatsoever to ever kill an Israeli occupation.
Palestinians have a right to justice, which is in the case of
Do they have a right to armed resistance against Israeli occupation soldiers in uniform? Do they ever have a right?
I mean, not a pale shadow. They used to string black men up, chop their genitals off. Dog, I know what the Ku Klux Klan did. I'm familiar with their history in the U.S. Are you familiar with what settlers do in the West Bank? Genuinely, like, are you? The impunity that they enjoy is basically unparalleled.
To kill an Israeli soldier.
I think if it's a self-defense, if they feel like there's an illegal attack on them by a violent settler or by an Israeli soldier, and that's illegal, in a school or on a civilian, and then of course they should have justice.
But what do you mean justice? Like what? Like a legal court? The problem is that the courts in Israel don't prosecute settlers. What do you mean by that? Like okay, everyone agrees that people should have justice. It's like tautological, basically. Like justice is what people should have, right? So people should have that. What do you mean by that? It feels like he was trying to avoid distinguishing between legal defense and self-defense, you know?
The entire thing is illegal, Representative Khanna. The entire occupation of Gaza, the managing their diet, the mowing the lawn, the constant killing of them. The perspective of many Palestinians is that they're being collectively punished and they're fighting for their very existence, and that the bases that surround Gaza were the primary murderers on a military level of the population of Gaza. So what I'm understanding, whether it's Hamas and Islamic Jihad or it's independent Palestinians, how is it that you can stand here and in any way justify the Israelis dropping bombs on Gaza, but never find a way in which it's justifiable for Palestinians to kill an armed soldier of a force that is under international law an occupation force? I don't understand it.
Well,
I ask you to reconsider this position.
Well, I will look at it, but I don't think that the solution in that area is to encourage
but you're afraid of
violent
being called pro-Hamas. That's what this boils down to. Because I bet if we were talking off the record privately, and I said this to you, you would acknowledge that people around the world have a right to resist.
I'd rather advance the discourse than die on this dumb hill. Nuts, I don't think it's a dumb hill. Like, the moral logic that he's invoking here dehumanizes Palestinians. He is providing moral license for Israeli slaughter, but not for Palestinian self-defense. And I think that's unacceptable. The problem is that we're in a unique and exceptional moment in politics right now. We don't have the ability to like slowly equivocate our way into a centrist position. We need bold action here. Detaching our political representation from the incentive structure that, among other things, causes them to defend Israel no matter how bad the shit Israel does is paramount. It's absolutely essential. I feel like without these big paradigm shifts, we'd be fucked anyway. I feel like you could say that about Bernie Sanders and Medicare for All. Oh, Medicare for All is not going to happen. Even if it could happen logistically, it's not politically viable. Like, why waste time arguing this? Because, like, it has to. Because if we can't take those big steps, then we never will. And if we never will, then that's it. Like, that's, like, the path we're on is untenable, you know? I acknowledge that they're putting Ro Khanna through a tough set of questions, but let's be clear here, okay? Ro Khanna is not just some guy. He spends like 5 hours of every day talking with media. He might be the most media accessible congressman. He's nonstop talking with media. He is well trained. These are questions he should have robust answers to. Like, to whatever standard I hold myself, my ability to answer questions on the fly, his ability should be 20 times as great. Like, he should be way, like, the standard to which we hold him should be very high, because we're talking about a person who has had ample opportunity to express and develop his opinions. So for him to, like, literally sentence to sentence be like, the Palestinians had no right to kill IDF soldiers, but the IDF had a right to drop bombs in Gaza, this to me is like not workable. What do you think his motive is? I mean, he's an opportunist. He does not want to stake his position out on, like, being accused of being pro-Hamas. But remember, much in the same way that the Trump administration will accuse all of us of being terrorists merely for believing in the First Amendment, the Zionists will call you pro-Hamas no matter what you do. Like, they call everyone pro-Hamas. It's what they do. So, you know, Republicans were calling Biden pro-Hamas for not being more openly bloodthirsty right after October 7th. It's coming for all of us. We need a political leader who can plant their feet in the sand and not, like, cower in the face of those accusations. It is not pro-Hamas to believe that Israelis and Palestinians have equal rights to self-defense. It's just not, you know? I agree these are tough questions, but he should be navigating them better.
Resistance by all means necessary.
I've always been for peaceful resistance. You know,
but how is peaceful resistance saying the Israelis?
You know, I mean, just like it's under segregation.
He said Israel had a right to drop bombs in Gaza. He's already lost his right to do this, like, this unwavering pacifist stance.
I wouldn't have said that go kill people who are engaged in segregation against you. I mean, I'm much more Dr. King than Malcolm X. I mean, are you much more slave rebellions were justified against people that were raping, hanging, murdering Africans who had been kidnapped? I mean, I'm sorry. I spend most of my day and night talking with Palestinians, working with Palestinians. My colleague Hossam Shabat was assassinated by the Israelis, most of the Palestinians I met, most of the Palestinians I met, and maybe a few days, are not talking about the kind of armed resistance that you are. They just want to live their lives in dignity and peace and not have the Israeli settlers oppress them. But you're a member of the United States Congress who is justifying, albeit you've been very critical of Israel's war against Gaza, but you seem to be drawing a line that says that there are some cases in which Israel is just...
It's kind of crazy how Dems just spit in the history of civil rights figures. Yeah, I really resent the implication that Martin Luther King Jr. would have opposed slave rebellions. Like, the idea that, again, like, they really treat him like... They treat him like a Gandhi figure, but also Gandhi was not... Like, the history of pacifism is not a history of idiots. Pacifists engage in principled nonviolence, but they're not fucking stupid. Like, the pacifist, it's not like the disciplined pacifist position back in, like, 1941 was for Jews in Warsaw to just, like, wait their turn or whatever. Like, I'm like, no, yeah, this is very disappointing. I've always known him to be an opportunist, but, like, I expected him to better read the winds on this. Or I guess to just allow his winds to blow more in my direction.
Justified to attack Palestinians, but only those responsible for October 7th. But you can't find a shred of justification for any Palestinian to attack the very armed forces operating under a nation state flag that is backed by the United States.
I think the closer analogy should be made. The Indians had a right to slaughter Custer and his men. You could make a lot of direct comparisons to our treatment of the natives, because we did to the natives what Israel's done to the Palestinians. We killed a lot of them, and then we sent out, through westward expansion, through homesteading, we sent out settlers into the West who we deliberately placed in lands that were tribal lands. And then we had civilians there. So we're like, oh, better send the cavalry in, because like now we have to protect our civilians against the marauding hordes of, you know, the Indians or whatever. It's pretty one-to-one. We did the same thing to them. We send out civilians who are like the front wall, and then we make the land productive. They farm. And then we're like, well, we have to defend our boys. We can't leave our boys out there to get scalped by the Redskins or whatever. So then we fucking send, you know, Custer out there, and we kill a lot of them, and then we force them back, and we force them back, and we force them back. Custer was nuts? Yes, Custer was fucking crazy. That is true. Fake peace treaties in between, which Israel also loves to do. We love a bunch of like disingenuous bad faith peace treaties that we immediately invalidate with our own behavior because they were only ever like a time buying mechanism. Yeah, it's pretty one-to-one. That's why we say like Israel is just a modern settler colonial project. Israel would be ethically unexceptional in its treatment of Palestinians 200 years ago. Today, they are exceptional. 200 years ago, not to say it would have been defensible. It wouldn't have been. It just would have been a lot more common.
And you're saying that there is no condition under which a Palestinian has a right to kill soldiers who are posted at military bases, enforcing by murder and forced starvation and deprivation an illegal occupation of Gaza. That's what doesn't make sense to me. I don't see how you reconcile those two positions.
Because I think that the armed resistance is only going to be ineffective given the power differentials.
You have already defended Israel dropping bombs in Gaza. This argument doesn't work anymore. You already messed up. These arguments would work if you had said Israel had no right to bomb Gaza after what happened. That if you could keep this position had you said that, but you didn't. You have already given up the game.
Similar to what Gandhi thought in terms of how he took on the British Empire, and that having a moral force of civil resistance and appealing to the world's conscience is going to be a much better chance of getting dignity and peace.
2019, the Palestinians organized the Great March of Return, which was a mass nonviolent mobilization at the gates of the concentration camp walls and fence in Gaza. And you know what Israeli soldiers did, Representative Hanna? They had a competition to who could shoot the most kneecaps of Palestinians.
Well, I think that
I were backed by Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas. So there's a track record and there's a context. You're talking about tactical issues. The Palestinians have tried that. The Palestinians did.
I think that I think opinion is
down.
I think opinion is shifting now in America.
Opinion is shifting now because Israel has been that bad. What the Palestinians did during the Great March of Return did not move the needle that much because of an overwhelming onslaught of pro-Israeli propaganda that the world was subjected to. Because Israel is just an extension of Western hegemony in the Middle East. Like if you take a look at support for Israel versus Palestinians, the needle kept pretty steady basically up until October 7th, with some mild variance. I think the Great March of Return maybe contributed to like a single-digit shift in the position of Democrats. I don't think it did much for Republicans. But like the reason the opinions have shifted lately is because Israel overstepped, and now we can all see how bad they are. Well, some of us were early on that one. I always knew, thank you. But more people have caught up to it. It's like this is not... These are really bad arguments.
Where those kind of approaches would get a better reception in the United States.
Okay, yeah. Very disappointing. I can't support Roe if he's going to be this transparently cynical in his efforts to not upset the people who are going to call him pro-Hamas anyway. He did this on a San stream, too.
Yeah. So I want to get a little bit of clarity here because you brought up the idea of being comfortable with sanctions, especially sanctions on any institution, financial or otherwise, that's touching the West Bank. But are you comfortable with like targeted sanctions of that sort? I want to get like full clarity on it. And also, are you comfortable with advancing a demand for an arms embargo Or is that a too pie in the sky for you?
Well, I would say I'm comfortable with sanctions on government officials and sanctions on anyone, any of the financial institutions, and certainly sanctions which are involved in the occupation in the West Bank. And I would look at the construction of the finance, the government officials that are involved there. And of course, if there are people to be held criminally accountable.
How's Hassan's suit looking? Hassan has been dressing much better lately in terms of like sartorial stuff. Like his suits have gotten better. That is for sure. Yeah. It's kind of hard to tell unless he's standing up though, because one of the big tests, especially for an atypical body like his, is how it settles when you're standing up straight. It's harder to get suits that fit properly the more you deviate from a traditional body type, and Hassan's shoulders are wide enough that his does. So it would, I'd have to see him standing up. I do like the color choices though.
And sanction based on what happened in Gaza. That needs to happen once that goes through the ICJ and ICC. On the way I frame it, similar to Sanders and others, is no military sales under our Leahy law. And the arms embargo in candor would go further. It would that would mean, I suppose, as you would define it, that you would stop Israel even from getting defensive weapons, even not from us, but if they just want to get Iron Dome or things, that to me is probably too far. I mean, I'm all for defending and saving human life, so I have framed it the way Sanders.
No, I'm sorry. This all rings so hollow to me. It makes his trip to the West Bank look so insincere as well. To see like the bombed out ruins of the West Bank and then to go home and be like, well, like Gandhi and MLK Jr., I think all violence is bad, except for when Israel bombs Gaza after October 7th. This just does not ring with me at all. It's disqualifying to me. Again, I've always understood him to be an opportunist, but like it tells you what incentives he is bound by. And he's not shifted on this one, not enough for me. Maybe he'll change his mind in the future, but yeah. It does show in moments like this, yeah.
Others have no military sales in terms of things that could kill civilians, which is weird.
But you would not be in favor of a similar ease of access to defensive weapons for the Palestinians, right? As far as like if Palestinians were to get arms
from... I think if a Palestinian state wanted to have Iron Dome, I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, but that's not the real world. Like, again, it's all great. That's not happening. There is no Palestinian state. There is in the sense of like occupied Palestine, but there's not a separate legal entity, the Palestinian state versus the Israeli state. This is like a I believe in self-defense for both groups. Oh, which one's actually buying it from us? Well, Israel, of course, And these motherfuckers are lying. Like, if there was a second state and Palestine was at war with Israel and Palestine asked America for the right to buy, like, munitions, you fucking know we wouldn't give it to them. Come on. like, I don't buy it. You're really telling me that if Tel Aviv is firing at, Gaza and Gaza's firing at Tel Aviv and the Palestinian representatives come to America and they're like, hey, can we buy some Iron Dome supplies so we can defend ourselves against Israeli missiles? Like, the idea that we would sell to them is ludicrous, It's not happening. What's stopping these guys from straight up lying to get votes? I mean, there isn't. Because the positions politicians publicly take should be seen as advocacy for those positions. The more politicians take a position, the more popular it becomes. There's a relationship between disingenuous advocacy for a position and the popularity of that position. Look at how Republicans insincerely called for the release of the Epstein files for years and years, and then when they finally found themselves in a position to do so, they were like, wait, hold up, fuck, wait, stop. But then it happened anyway. Advocacy for a position, even if you're lying to win over the votes of stupid people, still pushes for support of that position. In the case of the Epstein files, it backfired tremendously against the Trump administration. What he's doing right now is trying to thread the needle where he's feigning more support for Palestinians, but not in a way that angers his J Street donors. Excuse me. But I want him to anger his J Street donors. What's J Street? APAC Light. God damn it, Ro Khanna. You were so goddamn close. Appropriately vague. Yeah, we want them V Street donos. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I thought J Street was worse than APAC. Incorrect. APAC is much more openly bloodthirsty, though even they've had to moderate their positions somewhat because of how much the Overton window shifted. Does this put Khanna below Vance for you? I'll do the math later. Ro Khanna would still be a lot better than Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. Okay. Wash my bed sheets for the first time in a year. I'm going to choose to assume this is like a big step up for you because you've been living with depression and not assume that you've just been incredibly lazy. Good job. I'm happy that you did that. Try to do that like at least once a month. You know, you should support good behavior and oppose bad behavior. The washing we should support. Try to do that at least once a month. It's good to do it every 2 weeks. I'm not going to lie and pretend I do it every 2 weeks. Like usually it's more like once a month for me. But you know, once every 2 weeks in summer. It does vary a lot. Yeah, it does vary a lot. How much you're sweating in the middle of the night. There's no reason to choose Vance over any Dem. We can't keep going over this, guys. I feel like I'm repeating the position so much. Vance is worse than anyone who will run as a Democrat. But there are... I feel like sometimes... sometimes where we eliminate externalities. We engage in like the political science equivalent of when economists do supply-demand charts but ignore every externality. You know what I mean? Like there are consequences, long-standing consequences to voters feeling betrayed by Democrats over and over again. We talked about it with Elijah Manley yesterday, you know, who's running in Florida 20 and who you should support by signing up with PV and donating to his campaign. I feel like the obsession with framing these choices through the like lens of electoralism in 2028 when we haven't even done the midterms in 2026 yet is pretty dumb. Like, I have made the general arguments. What's more important to me is that you guys understand the logic that I apply to come to my positions. You can disagree with my outcomes, the final position I have, that's totally fine, but I at least want you to understand why I say what I say. And I do not say what I say because I think J.D. Vance is better than Gavin Newsom or Kamala Harris. I don't think that. I think the opposite of that, as a matter of fact. I think he's worse. So yeah, try to understand the logic that I apply. You know, even if you disagree with it, I at least want you to critique it correctly. I agree, then why not just not vote at all? Not voting at all would probably be better. Yeah, I've been a little bit tongue-in-cheek saying, like, I'm going to canvass for J.D. Vance. In reality, not voting would be an accurate reflection of the dissatisfaction you feel with the slate of voters. Or sorry, the slate of candidates that you can vote for. Yeah. You got baited? That's not baiting. It's genuinely like difficult for a lot of people to wrap their heads around. No, I'm not insulting your collective intelligence when I say that. I'm just saying that like the political education that people have today, on average, I feel is very, very, very low. It's stunted. People are given a very stunted version of political education because it serves the narrative that the only way to participate in politics is through electoralism. Which I think the system benefits from because it limits your options and sort of crunches the Overton window down into a pro-corporate lens, pro-corporate, like, you know, range of positions, where nothing you can ever believe or do really goes outside the expected range of outcomes. Yes. Has he gone over the Canadian wildfires blanketing us in smoke again? You know, I'm right here. You can talk to me. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Canada's on fire. Blowing a lot of smoke down into New England. Turns out there are consequences for climate change. Who could have figured? Yeah. View from Utica, New York. So it's like 100 degrees, humid, the sky is red, and if you eat any fruits or vegetables, you shit your guts out. Train got stuck in the fire. Cool. Yeah, why not, man? Sure. Jesus Christ.
This could potentially overtake us here. This is getting a little scary.
Really?
Holy shit.
Okay, yeah, this is...
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames
You
now.
guys gotta go backwards. Go.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
Yeah, this has got to move fucking quick here. Holy crap. Look over there. They're clipped.
Oh, look
yeah,
at that. The
they're
oncoming.
Whew! That's a meat and a half, eh?
God, Canadians are funny. Ooh, it's hot out there, eh? Does the fire tend to burn out the ties? Yeah, you don't. Like, fire can absolutely damage train infrastructure for sure. The big threat isn't the ties, as I understand it. It's the big threat is that it can cause buckling. Like if a fire gets on the rails itself, it can warp them, and that's a derailing, you know? God damn, this whole area around the Great Lakes is in the hazardous zone. 301 plus for the air quality index. That's really bad. That's like you want to wear an N95 going outside. A whole reserve lost their town. Damn, that really sucks. Sources of the smoke. That's a lot. Republicans are freaking out on Twitter at the moment, claiming this is a deliberate act of chemical warfare to destroy Americans' lungs. That's true. I agree with that. Ooh. Wow, you can see that real good from space. Look at that. You can tell a very big difference between the clouds and the smoke. See? Can see the smokestacks from space. Yeesh. Yes, you sure can. Fucking Toronto, huh? Okay, these are the fire spots. Sure is a lot of fire going on right now, huh? Isn't it supposed to be cold up there? Get on your shit. Can I get a air quality index read on the map? I see precipitation. Like, I want to scroll over an area and not see the wind. I want to see the AQI. More map overlays. Wind animation, borderlines. Really, is there not an overlay here for AQI? Good index map. Yeah, I've seen this one. Nasty stuff. Toronto must be real bad. Might hit the PNW soon. Good thing I don't go outside. Really bad over here in Boston as well. It's not just from the heat. It's also the way we control our fires. We're supposed to let wildfires burn frequently and minimally, you know? The problem is we've built our settlements too far into areas that are supposed to catch on fire every now and again, so we put out fires when they start, and when we put out fires when they start, you have an area that for like 10, 20, 30, 40 years builds up debris, builds up fuel, without ever getting cleared. Well, Masaigu here, I don't know about these ones specifically. I think general forest management. But yeah, no, these areas are obviously like very, very, very far into the wilderness. There's not really any way to clear out a fire over here. What are you going to do? Fucking hike up there? You talking about controlled burns? No, no, no. I'm saying like forests, at least a lot of them, not like rainforests or whatever, are supposed to burn. Like in nature, it's really normal for fires to happen pretty often. You know, you get a lightning strike or whatever. The problem is that it's unacceptable to us that that happen in an area that has human settlement. So we put out these fires, and that not only like contributes to a buildup of fuel on the ground, that also like fucks up the environment in some other ways. Like the reason we get super duper duper air like massive wildfires now is because we let the fuel burn up over time. Trump correctly criticized California for this, though I doubt he understood his criticisms. He was probably just repeating the last thing that he heard, you know? Like, in California, wildfires are normal and should happen pretty often. But we've built human settlements there. We built farms next to forests, you know? Fires are supposed to happen pretty often. Doesn't this mean they'll get less severe with time as the fuel burns up? For us, yes. We might be crossing a climate threshold where we finally reach the great apocalyptic wildfires that will stretch across the world and then burn themselves out, and then it won't be possible anymore because all the big fuel's burnt out. Like, you can't have gigantic wildfires every year. You can have lots of small ones, but if a big wildfire was to rip across California, there wouldn't be fuel to have another one of those for a while. That being said, it would still be bad, because, like, it'd be bad for there to be a giant wildfire that rips across all of California. Bad for people and bad for the environment, because the wildfires are supposed to be small. Small wildfires are fine. You know, all the squirrels run away. They're not that big. There's not that much fuel. Controlled burns are important? Yes, or at the very least, good forest management. Realistically, it would need to be controlled burns because it's just not possible for humans to manage some forests. Like, just to use my backyard as an example, I really don't think any level of human management can really take care of the amount of forest in like the Pacific Northwest or in like Northern California, you know? We're talking about fucking unbelievably huge forests, very, very dense. A lot of them are hard to access. Humans can't go up there and clear all the fucking... What are we going to do? Put it in a pile and burn it? We're talking about like thousands of metric tons of debris and foliage that we would just have to pile up somewhere, or like, I don't know, bury. It's like I'm oversimplifying it a little bit. But what I'm saying is controlled burns are good. They're good to do them, but we have not managed our forests properly. PNW still should have controlled burns nuts. Some of these areas will probably never need them. Like, I don't think Northern Oregon needs controlled burns because up here it's wet as fuck. It's like you're walking through water up here pretty much all the time. Where's the humidity? Where's the humidity? Oh, here we go. Yeah, 74%, 74%. Like, this area is probably not gonna, you know, it's pretty wet up here pretty much all the time. But you get away from the coast, and now you have areas that can burn, you know? So you can see humidity is pretty low in the areas that have active fires, which, you know, makes sense. Pretty difficult to get a wildfire in a place that has like 70% humidity. Excuse me. You got another PV thing today? Why, yes I do. PV got you busy. I got you busy. I mean, I got me busy. I accept the bids, not bids. Salam Bati Day today. Oh, hey, Benjamin. Anyway, Canada is on fucking fire, dog. Very good. Very good. What's the Reddit up to? Why is Vosh anti-black lipstick? I shouldn't have mentioned it. Answer the question? No, I refuse. So, Congress has approved indefinite daylight savings time, I guess. Am I understanding that correctly? Did we pass this? We're no longer going to switch our clocks. We're making daylight savings time permanent, which means that over in my beautiful city at the middle of the winter, it'll be a 9 a.m. sunrise. Trump still has to sign it. I'm pretty sure he's in favor of it. It still has to pass the Senate. I'm pretty sure it's going to pass. It made it through like 300, 100 in the House. Is anyone not in favor of it? I think it would have been better to do it the opposite way. Like, to just never have daylight. I don't know. I don't know. This is the third time in 6 years it's passed the House. Really? Okay, okay. I didn't realize the Senate was that opposed to it. More division about it in the Senate? Statewide concerns, I suppose. What's there to oppose? I don't know. I'm not really keyed in on these arguments. It's not super important to me, to be honest with you. The idea of a 9 a.m. sunrise is a little bit grim. Like, imagine being a student and starting school at 7 a.m. and the sun doesn't rise until 2 hours after you sit your ass down in homeroom. That's a little bit... That feels a little bit weird to me, but I guess it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. It just means the sun in the winter won't go down at 4:30. I think it's probably better to keep the sun rising early than it is to have the sun set later, but whatever. Like, we're supposed to rise with the sunrise. That's like a pretty normal, we're not supposed to go to bed when the sun goes down at 5 p.m. or whatever, but we are supposed to wake up when the sun rises, you know, more or less. So I feel like preserving the sunrise time is better, but I don't know. Looks like Seattle doesn't get to have a U.S. attorney if Trump doesn't like them. Well, I could have told you that. Trump fires new U.S. attorney in Seattle within an hour. Damn. "45 minutes later, Trump fired him." Okay. Well, sure. Why not? Is he, like, legally allowed to do that? Excited for Trump's end of democracy speech tomorrow? Oh, you know it.
At the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits to master the profession of arms.
Why is he so low? You can tell they fired all the support staff in the White House because the framing for all these little videos that he does is so bad. It looks like he's about to shine your shoes. Why is he not behind a desk? There's a reason why when you film videos like this, you should be behind a desk or you should be standing. This, like, hunched forward in a chair look from this close makes him look short and, like, servile. He does look 4 feet tall. He's like asking you if you got games on your phone.
We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members.
God, this country is so fucking embarrassing.
Ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop. Under the supervision of our world-class medical professionals, warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy. This initiative, it's not about...
I feel like if you're old enough for this to be a problem for you, you probably shouldn't be in the military anyway. Like, at what point does this become a consideration? When you're in your like late 40s and your 50s? By then you probably shouldn't be carrying a 200-pound rucksack up a hill anymore. Like you should be, I don't know, behind a desk or something.
Artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation. Taking care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable, not just for your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform. As we know, the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting. It requires and demands maximum psychological and mental.
Yeah. 50s to 60s, but it's becoming more common in young people because of pollution. Yeah, it's true. Testosterone levels are dropping across the board because we're like, I don't know, eating microplastics or whatever. Probably not good. Fertility is lower, etc. Pollution and diet. Funnily enough, one of the biggest contributors to infertility and low T is eating a fuck ton of red meat. Wouldn't it be better to just fix the pollution? Buddy, what country do you think you're in right now? Is there any evidence of drop in performance, though? Yeah, of course. Lower testosterone in men, at least when you age, is corresponded with like a bunch of bad stuff. It's probably good as you get older to get testosterone. It seems to have pretty positive like outcomes across the board. I don't even think it's an ego thing. If you're in your 50s or 60s, yeah, sure, why not? That's not just like a pollution thing. That's just when you get older, your testosterone drops. It contributes to your health to have a little bit more. You know, and estrogen for women, I think, though I don't know as much about that. I'm not as familiar with that. I think that's also a thing, yeah. Like as you get older, your glands are just not as good at producing the hormones you want, you know? I've heard high T causes balding. Well, so does aging. I thought having more sex hormones gives you cancer. I don't necessarily think that's true. I'm pretty sure the medical consensus is that testosterone replacement therapy for older men is just generally a good thing to do in most cases. Like, talk to a doctor, but it's fine. It's just not a big deal. Like, cut aside the culture war bullshit about, like, Joe Rogan-esque alpha males wanting, you know, human growth hormone in their breakfast cereal and, like, trans people or whatever. It just seems to be good policy in general. Can you recommend some protein-rich vegan dishes? Dog, I'm literally not vegan. You should probably Google that, you know? I'm sure there are YouTubers who can help you out there. That was your call for rice and beans. Everybody knows that I think people should eat more rice and beans. It's not new. Speaking of tomorrow, earlier mentioned Trump's end of democracy speech. We're doing another round of Senate inquiries here for Blanche and Clayton, and they're predictably funny, or maybe grim. I don't know how funny you find the end of American democracy.
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. Yes, you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Who's Clayton? Clayton is looking to replace Tulsi Gabbard as Director of National Intelligence. Blanche is looking to replace Pam Bondi as Director, or as Attorney General.
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won?
I'm not getting into that with you. What about that isn't forthright?
I think I've answered the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
I'm not going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered.
Who won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the 2020 election?
I have answered the question.
Answer it. What is your answer?
The best thing about it is that it doesn't matter. He'll still get confirmed with that issue. I'm still waiting for a liberal to explain to me what the solution to this is. I feel like they just shrug. You know what I mean? What do you do when half of elected officials are so willfully, obviously dishonest and corrupt and complicit in the downfall of this country that like nothing matters? Like there's not even a process or anything. The gentlemen's agreements have completely melted down. I have not received like anything.
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer? You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election, but you asked to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
That you're not answering. Yeah. Could they force through a law or something that kicks out everyone who refused to answer this question? No, it doesn't work that way. That is not on the table. Also, why would Republicans vote for that law? Can he be compelled to answer or held in contempt? Nope, he cannot. He's just saying he refuses to answer it. The only response Democrats have is to not vote for him, which, like, okay, Republicans will vote for him, and then he'll go through. And the Senate is institutionally biased towards Republicans. Treason charges? This isn't treason. He's not violating the law. Much as it feels like treason.
How long do you intend to put up with that Kash Patel character? Are you good with his airplane jaunts? Are you confident he's not drinking on the job? Are you sure none of his travel is a pretext for vacation activities like snorkeling, Olympics, and visiting girlfriends? Are you sure he knows what he's doing? Do you vouch for him? Are you willing to look at whether he lied to this committee?
That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question, Senator, and I have full faith in Director Patel and the work that he's doing every day.
Great, you get to own that. How long do you intend to put up?
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General. So
crazy, man. Insane.
I met him as his criminal defense attorney. I'm not sure there's very many people who have ever had a criminal defense attorney who calls that person their friend. I now have a...
Well, let me put it this way. Are you enemies?
No, we're not enemies at all. No.
Have you ever?
Did you discuss her transfer to another institution, yes or no?
No.
Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, just 1 week after your meeting, Ms. Maxwell was transferred from a low security federal institution to a minimum security prison camp. Were you involved with that transfer?
When, as I've talked about before, in the time leading up to me going down to meet with her, we learned that she was receiving threats. It turned out.
I'm going to interrupt you for a matter of time because.
Okay, well, it's not a question I can answer apparently in the time you're giving me.
I'm going to tell you this because I deal with issues of criminal justice. When people are under threats in a Bureau of Prison facility, they're put into solitary confinement or protective. They're not moved to a camp.
That's not always true.
It is.
You're
Well,
just wrong.
what is true is someone that is accused of child sex trafficking under the Bureau of Prison's own policies is not put in a facility like this that seems clearly like a reward.
Neat. Speaking of Epstein.
Yes.
Other than to himself, who, if anyone else, did Mr. Epstein traffic young women to?
There's from what we learned, from what we know. So when we know, I mean, what's in the FBI files and what's in the DOJ files, we did not identify evidence. And by we, I mean career prosecutors, not me, not my leadership, but career prosecutors in New York and career prosecutors in Florida who worked this case hard, did identify other participants, some of whom, as has been discussed, were also victims themselves of Mr. Epstein. But we did not have evidence, as of now, of other men who were that were trafficked, that Epstein helped traffic. That does not mean it didn't happen, and I want to be clear about that.
This is also obviously a lie. They've redacted so many names of male clients from the Epstein files. There's no other reason for them to do that. It defies credibility. This is the line they're taking now, of course, that the Epstein file, they've been saying this for a while. Kash Patel said that there was no evidence of any criminality. Then they were forced to release some of the files, and obviously there was evidence of criminality. Boatloads and boatloads of FBI documents incriminating lots of people, and a lot of censorship in those documents, so on and so on, Just insane, man. I think, here, Carolyn Levitt was doing this earlier today, too.
But if you look at how this Epstein story sort of evolved over the past week, it's classic Washington hoax.
Yes.
You have Democrats on the Oversight Committee leaking redacted information to their favorite reporter at CNN, who then pops the story with that redacted information and does not reveal that the unredacted version is available. And the unredacted version proves that the so-called victim in this email is a woman who is unfortunately deceased, but prior to her death said on numerous occasions that President Trump never did anything wrong and was always incredibly friendly in her interactions with him.
She didn't say that. Well, she said that he was cordial with her, but she just said that he wasn't one of the people who raped her.
And so it's a purposeful leak to try to manufacture this news cycle to drag the president. And we've seen this play out so many times. It is a classic playbook.
Also, she didn't die. She killed herself. I feel like that's kind of a noteworthy point.
Of the Democrats using their friends in the fake news to...
I mean, killing yourself means you die, of course, but, a degree of specificity here. It sounds a little bit more ghoulish to say this woman before she killed herself than this woman before she tragically died,
spin up a narrative about the president. And so we just don't tolerate it. We don't give in. We just call it out for what it is. And we move on and we focus on the issues that we know the president was elected on. And I would just add one more thing on Epstein. I mean, the Department of Justice has turned over tens of thousands of pages to the House Oversight Committee and to the American people. I mean, they released everything that's legally releasable online or to the House Oversight Committee. They also tried to move grand juries attempts to unseal documents in various states, and unfortunately those judges declined, and they've been fully cooperating with the House Oversight Committee. So this idea that there's files that the DOJ is hiding or that this administration is not being transparent is just...
Anyway, I feel like this is a it's a good example of what I was saying earlier with regard to Ro Khanna about the consequence of lying for political gain. Republicans lied for years about how the deep state was covering up Epstein's suicide, that it was actually like the Clintons or whatever. They fueled the flames of a conspiratorial inquiry for years and years and years. And then it all blew up in their faces because then like Trump, who's the biggest pedophile ever, second only to Epstein, I suppose, becomes president. And it's like Trump's like, no, don't release these files. You know, don't stop. And that ends up being a big fucking snafu for them, you know? England just scored. That's great. That's great. Thank you. I'm glad you all are having fun. Who's the second monitor, huh? Pieces of shit. I'm on to you. I'm on to you. Argentina fans threw slurs. Stop! We're talking about a different thing. Main monitor is Balatro? Okay, that's fair. That's fine. I feel like I couldn't listen to politics while doing Balatro. Balatro requires a bit of concentration, you know? You gotta pull a bit of brain math, you know? I can't do math while listening to politics. Maybe I'm weak. Maybe you're strong. Who knows? I don't concentrate and I lose. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Clown show at the Senate. And it is. And it is. Fuck, I have the fucking... I saw some of the... I think I said this yesterday. It's still happening. I saw some of the live-action Moana clips on Twitter, and they look awful, of course. And then I thought, hey, those songs were, like, actually good in the real movie, right? And then I listened to them again. Now they're stuck in my head. Fucking Shiny and You're Welcome. Or whatever they're called. Is it You're Welcome? What can I say? Is it You're Welcome, or what can I say except You're Welcome? It's just You're Welcome? Okay, yeah. You said this yesterday? Oh, okay. How do you feel about Oiji Lolita clothing? Totally out of my menswear purview. I have no opinions on it. Sorry, it's like so outside of my... Lin-Manuel Miranda makes good, catchy music. Yeah, he's obviously good at what he does. I feel like it's a total concession from leftists to do this, like, well, Lin-Manuel Miranda can't be good at his job because he's a liberal, which is such an insufferable and indefensible position to hold, like, to begin with. Very dumb. And I think that's the mentality that leads people to be like, you should watch Andor. It talks about issues. Like that's the mentality that leads people to be like, well, do you consume media because it's good, or do you consume media because it agrees with your priors or whatever? You know, they hate him because he's cringe and dorky. Yeah, he is cringe and dorky. He's also really fucking good at making music, obviously. Like if you ignore that, I feel like you're delusional. It's the post Hamilton bullshit, you know? He's been doing DSA advocacy. Really? Lin-Manuel Miranda? Is that true? I don't see any evidence of this. But I believe you. You know, I'll take it. Sure. Saw some tweets from back in 2018. 2018? Huh. Okay. Hey, we're about to talk to Salambati in about 30 minutes. Before we do that, though, man, have you seen this fucking mailer? Look at this shit, dog. Holy fuck. It's getting so nasty in Michigan. Not that we should expect anything else from a candidate like, you know, Stevens, who's just a, like, AIPAC brick of money stretching out like a human skin suit. Jesus Christ, look at this. This is going to backfire, I have a feeling. I'm pretty sure Stevens is literally pulling ahead of Abdul Al-Sayed right now. They just have such an unbelievable amount of money. PV is going to start phone banking for Abdul in 4 days on the 19th. Vosh, going to be daily. Good to hear. We'll see how it goes. That pollster was giga-biased. Look, we'll see. It's going to be a tight race, okay? Money can buy elections. If you don't think money can buy elections, you know, it's kind of the problem here. I wish money couldn't buy elections. Money can't completely buy elections. Like, it's not a 100-0 kind of thing, right? But, you know, it's, though it is worth noting that my understanding is that on average, Abdul Al-Sayed outperforms Rogers in the general. And there's not really any reason for AIPAC to keep supporting Stevens after, if Stevens wins in the primary, because, like, they're fine with Rogers too. How much would you need to be paid to vote against your values? Me or her? What do you mean? She doesn't have any values. It's not like a moral qualm for her. It's so disgusting. And it's so revealing of how little Democrats, like the party of the DNC, not Democratic voters, how little they believe in democracy. Like, the fact that you can just do shit like this, like you can have an extremely tight, high-profile Senate race with an ungodly amount of spending from AIPAC, a group that supports insurrectionists and far-right fascists, that Haley Stevens has no ground game, no real positions, just a shell for money, but there's no real condemnation from the DNC. In fact, Stevens is getting institutional support. Neera Tandon's been openly supporting it. Yeah, like, but Neera Tandon has always been a liar. Neera Tandon has been like a Clintonite political operative for decades. She participated in smears against Obama, like led with the narrative that Obama was like a secret Muslim. She did a lot of race baiting back in 2008 because she's always been like a servant of Clinton, essentially. Like, that's the political camp she falls in. Like, she's never believed in democracy. She's always believed that her job is to manipulate voters into voting for candidates who don't actually support them. Like, she's against super PAC money, but she would rather an empty skin suit filled with AIPAC money win because Abdul Al-Sayed campaigned with Hassan Piker. Like, go own that fucking live streamer. Also, she misspelled Hassan Piker, which again shows you how much she actually cares. She's always at the scene of the crime when it comes to Dems rat fucking progressives. It's crazy because she gets ratioed with every fucking post. Like, nobody actually likes her, but she still has ungodly amounts of power because she says what the people in charge want to hear and she works closely with people in power. Oh wait, here she is responding to that post. It's disgusting how people lie, hiding behind anonymity. Just lie on here. This total tweet is a lie. 1, I went on to work for Obama in the general election. Yeah, what were you doing during the primary? And was proud to work for him in his admin to pass healthcare. That's proof of you being, like, shifty. That's the point. 2, I was the policy director for Hillary's campaign. My role was developing her agenda. Like, she's not even countering the statement here. If I could figure out who this is, I'd consider suing for libel/slander. Zionists always do the same thing, man. Always. Oh, you're accurately covering my being a piece of shit, I should sue you. I don't believe in the First Amendment. Like, she crashes out on social media all the time. She's not, like, emotionally detached from what's going on, but it doesn't matter, you know? God, I hate her. She was the person who was going off about how progressives don't vet their candidates, but she worked for Bill Clinton, a close Epsteinite. Tandon has been regarded as a Clinton loyalist and a personal friend of Hillary Clinton, whose professional life has been significantly defined by her work with the Clintons. The New Republic has described Tandon as Hillary Clinton's closest policy advisor. Worked with Bill Clinton's campaign, associate director for domestic policy in the Clinton White House, and domestic policy advisor in the First Lady's office. Just like non-stop, like years and years and years and years of working for the family, like a fucking butler. Jesus. Tandon was Hillary Clinton's policy director for Clinton's unsuccessful bid for 2008 presidential nomination. In a 2019 article, the New York Times cited a source claiming Tandon punched Think Progress website editor and future Bernie Sanders campaign manager Faiz Shakir in the chest for asking Clinton about her Iraq war vote. Tandon later insisted she had not slugged him but had pushed him. So even by her version of events, she shoved somebody in the chest for asking Clinton about her vote in favor of the Iraq war. Fucking freak. Center for American Progress, blah-de-blah, Biden administration, da-de-da. Tandon has been described by the Washington Post as a progressive. Oh yeah, I'm sure. Important to remember regarding Michigan polling people have been doomering about. Yes, I know, but that doesn't necessarily mean this is always going to be the case. It's not about doomering. You should all support Abdul al-Sayed with every fiber of your being. He's a good guy and he's up against, like, a uniquely bad Democrat. Haley Stevens is not just a regular bad Democrat. Haley Stevens is a uniquely bad Democrat, a shockingly bad Democrat, even by the standards of liberal Democrats. It's the reason why her campaigning has no ground game and she has to lie nonstop via implication in her ads. She's as bad as Chuck Schumer. She might be worse. That's a high bar. I'd say so. Apparently on Facebook, people are really pro-Abdul. I don't know if that's like a quantifiable statement.
Michigan's race for U.S. Senate on the Democratic side is a dead heat right now. This is according to a new WDIV Detroit News poll. But there is a key factor that could play into either Haley Stevens or Abdul al-Sayed grabbing that 9% of undecided voters. When asked if an endorsement from Governor Gretchen Whitmer would make a difference, 63% said it wouldn't, and 34% said it would. But pollster Richard Zuba found that when it came to those still on the fence, this could be a game changer.
We specifically... Gretchen Whitmer probably wouldn't support Abdul al-Sayed because she's like a huge sellout.
Wanted to know if it would impact undecided voters. And frankly, a Governor Whitmer endorsement in this race would have a big impact on that 9.5% of undecided voters. 50% of them said they would be more likely to vote for a candidate Governor Whitmer endorsed. 25% would be much more likely. So at 9.5%, that's 5% of the vote right there that is motivated or would be swayed by a Whitmer endorsement one way or another.
Our poll also found that the narrative that Gaza, Israel, and Middle East issues are important to Michigan voters is wildly overblown. On a scale of 1 to 10, Zuba says voters rank it at a 5.6, meaning
That's pretty important. Like that's pretty high up, I feel. I mean, because we're not dealing in averages. That means that for a significant percentage of the population, like let's do the math here, 6, 7, 14, 20, 30. So for 70% of the population, they rate it at a 5 or above. I mean, that means it's important to them, right? I don't understand what the point is of like misrepresenting the data here to imply that no one cares. Are we really going to do this now? Like, it was one thing to do it back in 2024, but now? Sheesh.
The race for the Democratic nomination for Michigan's U.S. Senate seat is a dead heat.
That's right.
I wouldn't go higher than the 8 personally. I mean, it's, again, I feel like a lot of people's, I don't want to be like misinterpreted or whatever. I don't think that Israel, Gaza, Palestine is a like #1 issue for me because of Israel and Gaza. I think that at the end of the day, like domestic affairs should be prioritized when it comes to the importance of voting for American candidates, because that's ultimately what's going to decide their effectiveness, what they're capable of doing, and their support. But support for Israel is far more than just a foreign policy decision. It's not just like a coin flip, you know? Like support for the Iraq war is not just a foreign policy decision. It's a litmus test for a wide range of beliefs and policies. The Iraq war wasn't just like a flash in the pan. It wasn't just like a dalliance, unrelated to your general opinions or whatever. It was quite literally, like, at least in the modern context, kind of the downfall of America's international relations, our standing with the world, contribute instability to the Middle East, which has now led us to this moment right now where the world stands on the precipice of a global oil crisis. There are so many interconnected issues. Not that I would expect American voters to understand this, you know? Not always a perfect litmus test, Masaigo, but it's still a pretty good one. What, Masaigo? That's a dumb argument. A litmus test doesn't work because some people who we don't like fell on the right side of it. I don't think that works. There are people who are pro-Palestine who are like crazy campus. That doesn't mean it's a bad litmus test.
The DIV Detroit News poll shows Haley Stevens and Abdul El-Sayed virtually tied when it comes to committed voters. But as Jason Colthorpe shows us, it's the likely voters that are favoring one over the other.
When Mallory McMorrow dropped out of the race, the thinking was it would help the traditional Democratic establishment throw its weight behind Haley Stevens. And almost immediately we saw Attorney General Dana Nessel endorse her, and Senator Gary Peters soon followed. But interestingly, pollsters have seen Mallory McMorrow's voters are evenly split to the 2 remaining candidates.
First, our sources. The poll was put into the field by the Glenn Gariff Group and pollster Richard Juba. He surveyed 500 likely 2026 Democratic primary voters by phone starting July 8th, 3 days after McMorrow dropped out of the race. Here's what the voters are saying. 34.1% are definitely voting for Stevens.
Jesus Christ, this is quite a split for definitely.
33.7% are definitely voting for El-Sayed. A virtual tie, but a little deeper, and you see a gap. 14.1% will probably vote for Stevens, while 7.7% will probably vote for El-Sayed. Juba says that is a key difference.
What is really important here is the softness and the volatility in this electorate yet. 31% of voters could shift their position yet in the last 3 weeks.
Guess on phone banking, I cannot overstate the importance of either directly with the campaign or through PV phone banking for Abdul El-Sayed, or canvassing if you're there.
That's an extraordinary number. It shows a very highly volatile race here that, frankly, I think goes either way at this stage.
The answer to another question could also help Stevens, if you believe the old guard Democrats who are desperately trying to stave off progressive candidates like El-Sayed. The top 2 factors given for choosing the Democratic nominee were someone willing to stand up to Donald Trump and a candidate who can win in November against Mike Rogers.
On both of those issues, we see Haley Stevens with a 20-point lead on standing up to Trump and a 17-point lead with those voters who say they need to beat Mike Rogers. The flip of that, 19% of voters, they are voting for a candidate who represents their values. And on that one, Abdul El-Sayed has a 27% lead. He is by far winning the value voters.
If there is a win for El-Sayed in this poll, it's this. He leads slightly over Stevens in both how voters view the candidates favorably and
also, importantly, he leads over Rogers. Remember, there's still going to be a tough general after the primary, but nobody even mentions that, you know? Nobody even fucking talks about that. Well, whatever. I guess we'll see how it goes. Talking in 15 minutes. What do we have time for, folks? I think we have time to chat it up. How are we doing? Yellow ribbons everywhere. Yeah, it's worth remembering again with the Iraq War, and I know a lot of you literally are like younger than the Iraq War, so you might not remember this. And I was like a little kid, but I remember my parents talking about it a lot back then. What I remember really strongly is that, like, dude, the media fucking crushed the anti-war position. Every mainstream media outlet, every pundit, everyone on every level was like, if you are against this war, you're a fucking traitor. You are fucking evil if you don't support. Even though the population was not broadly in favor of this war, the news loved it. There was no other position. And what this led to, in addition to, you know, the Iraq war itself, was a broad destruction of freedom of speech and freedom in the press in the United States. It contributed to a massive consolidation of positions where the news was no longer a place where you could debate between different perspectives, but rather like you were either a patriot who supported the war or an evil motherfucker who didn't. And that's the position we're in now, you know, like it's deeply undemocratic. It doesn't represent the interest or the will of the people, let alone the truth. Support for the Iraq war meant that you were not only in favor of that war itself, you were in favor of that system. You were in favor of the undemocratic crunching of the Overton window down into a narrow range of pro-war, pro-corporate positions, because of course they are one and the same. That's the dangerous thing. It's not just the war itself. It's that we lost political rights. The population did support it, though. Masaigu, that was after literally, like, at that point, over a year of lying by the Bush administration that they were just not allowed to oppose in media. They were lying to the UN about WMDs in Iraq. That was after, like, a bunch of propaganda ground laying. There was a lot of pushback, but that pushback was not covered at all. Like, how is it exactly that vaccine skepticism, which represents like far less than 30% of the population, at least before the Republican propaganda machine word up, was given so much ground and seriousness by the media, but the 30% of the population who opposed the war, even as it began, were so opposed to it. And it was far more beforehand. They had to do so much propaganda work in order to get people on board with it. And that is the undemocratic process. If you have to convince people to support a position by lying to them, that is undemocratic. It's like level 1 democracy versus level 2 democracy, you know? Like, oh, the people support it. Okay, were the people lied to? If the people have to be lied to, if there has to be like a bipartisan propaganda avalanche, like a tsunami, in order to get people to support something, then I feel like that's not really a democratic position, you know? In the same way that I don't really think you can fairly say the positions held by the Nazi Party were democratic, like after Hitler became, you know, Führer, even though there was public support for a lot of the shit they did because of the nonstop propagandizing. Likewise with Israel, right? Like the reason Israel is so fucking bloodthirsty, the population, I mean, is because they've been lied to nonstop about the idea that they're like the supreme people, the chosen people, the idea that they have a biblical right to Greater Israel, the idea that they could not exist in peace with their neighbors. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit they have to be lied to in order to maintain this position. I really do think that if everyone was given a free and fair outlook and understanding of the world, then these positions, the far right ones, wouldn't even be discussed. They wouldn't be real. They wouldn't even be engaged with. There wouldn't be a point. I don't care about Doug Ford right now, RN. Do you think Ross Perot winning would have changed anything? I think that question is irrelevant to my my points right now. Sorry. Been seeing a lot of Count Ben face on my feed. Dog, it's so fucking cringe. I can't do it. I like it. Gotta have some kind of fun, I suppose. Thoughts on the DSA national program? I'm in favor of defederalizing the DSA. I don't know any specifics, but like I'm broadly in favor of making it more of a national org for sure, especially if we're gearing up for a presidential. I say we like I'm part of the DSA. I'm not. They would never have me. But I do support, like, you know, increasing their national power. Join DSA. I don't think I should be in the DSA. I think you should be. They're calling it the most preemptively vandalized sculpture in human history. Set to be unveiled in Times Square on September 10th. Give it 2 weeks and it'll reek of piss. 2 weeks, dog. There's going to be a massive crowd around this. They're going to be doing unspeakable shit to this. Feel like before we get into things with the interview, we should check our priors a little bit, because there is some new news. In VA1, which is a narrowly Republican district, for some fucking reason, the DCCC has backed Shannon Taylor, which sounds insane to me. I don't know why in a district that would probably vote like 30-70 in favor of a Chuck Schumer candidate, you would suggest that Chuck Schumer supports one of your... The Democrats love crushing progressives in the primary and then losing in the general, man. They love that shit. Sorry, not Schumer. Jeffries. Not DSCC. Virginia Democrats seeking to unseat Representative Rob Whitman, a Republican, are publicly challenging what several campaigns say is an improper show of support from the party establishment for one of their rivals before primary voters have even chosen a nominee. Super, super, super inappropriate. 4 of the 7 Democrats running in Virginia's 1st congressional district have asked the Democratic Party of Virginia Chair Lamont Bagby to publicly reaffirm the party's neutrality. Like, this district went like 1 point to Trump back in 2024. It's a very, very narrowly Republican district, so it does nothing but hurt their chances in the general to try to push for a candidate that's backed by the establishment Dems. Establishment Dems would lose here. Rob Whitman still haunts me. I worked his campaign in high school. Did he molest you? What? Why haunts? What happened? Spill the tea, Queen. What? He's a Republican. It's like a 50-50. No, I'm just ashamed. Yeah, sure. There we go. 98 House Dems just voted to keep funding Israel. Yeah, we're going to cover this. This is important enough that we're going to cover it after the interview, but the interview is in 5 minutes, so we're not going to cover it right now, because if we covered it right now, it would cut into the interview. '98's actually really good, down from 218. It does show a shift, but again, we'll talk about that in a bit. Man, I'm tired. I'm warm. It's warm today in Seattle. Nowhere near as hot as it's been in the rest of the country. We're kind of spoiled over here. We've been spared the big heat waves, but you know, still a bit warm. How warm is it? Gets to like 80 today. It's a little muggy. Again, not bad. But I don't have AC in my place. And this house, and this room in particular, gets pretty warm. On the plus side, this shirt is like 1 micron. It's so light. Whew. I'm stinking it up in here, man. My pits are sweaty. It's in vogue right now, so I can say it. In 5 years, when everyone's done pretending they're into pits and feet, I can, I have to go back in the closet. I need something that thin, lol. Gotta get some summer wear, especially with the way the world's going right now. Meme fetishes are so dumb. Dog, people still pretend to be into women. Why don't you get a window fan to try to get a cross breeze going? It's just a pain. It's just a pain. That window is just, it's really tall and it opens horizontally, so it's annoying. And then if I have to open the blinds up in order to put it there, which means that there's going to be a chunk like showing right here. You know what I mean? Like this chunk would be showing outside, and I don't want the outside showing. I don't like, as a streamer, the idea of just having like an open window behind me. You know what I mean? I don't want that. So then I'd have to like block off that section with a tarp or something. And it's like da. Whatever. Whatever, man. Why would that window open sideways? I feel like all the windows in Seattle do. Every like place I've visited or lived in Seattle, they have either entirely or majority sideways opening windows. I'm not sure like why. I don't know why there's a tendency towards that weird place. I don't know. It's all I've ever known. It's normal to me. Crazy bread is just normal bread to me. That's true. They're window-shaped window fans, things that block off the sides, can go horizontal, vertical. I'm not that familiar with the tech, I guess. Wouldn't mind having a fan behind me. If it was behind me, that would mean that wind wasn't hitting the microphone. Because you have to be careful with fans when you're live streaming, because if the wind hits the microphone, you get a lot of like, whoa. You get me. You get me. Get a pop filter? Only works so well. Is everyone still in their off time continuing to pray for my destroyed skin barrier? It's very, very important that you do that. We need as much support as possible for my skin barrier. Who are you interviewing today? We're interviewing Salam Bhatti, who is a progressive candidate running in Virginia 1. And we'll be beginning that interview in 2 minutes. We could probably begin it right now if I jumped into Discord right now, but 2 minutes is when it's meant to start. So in 2 minutes, it'll start. What's a skin barrier? A skin barrier refers to how well your skin's like moisture and natural oils are protecting it from outside damage, whether that be like UV radiation or physical abrasion or whatever else. Ooh, that doesn't look bad, Mech Genderlin. That doesn't look bad at all. Looks pretty neat. It's adjustable. No, I can see that. This looks pretty good. Thoughts on Maryland politics? Yeah, I've been to Baltimore a couple times, and in my experience, that land has not been merry. They gotta like fix up some stuff over there. Feels kind of grim and urban, you know, like in a like Blade Runner kind of way sometimes. You know what I mean? Like you're prowling the city streets and you're like, ooh, urban decay or whatever. Gotta I don't know, build some pedestrianized roadways or whatever. If you're going to get that, why not just get a window AC unit? Because window AC units are a lot clunkier and more inconvenient. And there's a lot more like variance in their installation and like blah, blah, blah. I don't know. They also use a lot more power. Well, I'm American, so that's not a problem for me. Our electricity prices are low. Certainly over here in Washington, where we don't have a glut of data centers. I'm sure over there in like Virginia or whatever, you're suffering. Oh, it's 2. I guess I better jump in. I still have the fucking I still have the fucking Moana song stuck in my head. Okay, let me see if I can do this faster this time. The Discord like integration or whatever. Boop 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 boop.
Audio. We broke. All right, Vosh is in here. Let's get him up on stage, and I will get my white ass off of stage and let everything play out. Oh, where is he? Oh, he's having trouble getting on stage again. Oh no.
No. Nuh-uh. No. I figured it out this time. Not this time, Bucko.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I
got it. Hello.
Hey, Vosh.
Let me click the camera that turns me, that doesn't turn me on, that turns my camera on. Okay, I figured it out. We figured out every stage of the process, except I think it's using the wrong camera input. Wait, hold on. Use OBS Virtual. Yes. Now we're cooking with fire, and salt and pepper and the other important seasonings. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. Don't forget acid.
And acid. Yeah, no. It's what's that one cooking book? It's heat, salt, fat, acid. Is that what I'm thinking of?
Something like that.
Yeah, that's like a fundamentals book. You know, people, they pick up the recipe books and it's like, oh, now I know how to cook. You know how to cook a meal, right? You got to get the fundamentals. It's like playing music. The theory precludes the note list, you know?
And I'll tell you what, if you've ever made chocolate chip cookies, you never really put in an acid, but the Doubletree Hilton cookie puts in an acid, and that acid is lemon juice. So it's a really interesting.
Work? Does that like add to the...
It was like their secret ingredient. So when COVID happened, they released their recipe because they're like, you can't come visit us, so we want to be a part of your home. And they gave out the recipe, and lemon juice was the secret ingredient.
Really? Okay, you know, that I feel like that makes sense kind of in the same way that adding a little bit of espresso powder can make chocolate pop, you know? You having a complementary element kind of, or like color theory, where if you want to make a scene look really red, you need blue undertones to provide contrast.
Yep.
All right. Well, we've been given at least one good reason to vote for you over I'm going to say Shannon Taylor in the upcoming primary. You know your solids on cooking. How are you doing? Introduce yourself to the less politically educated in the audience, please.
Hey everybody, my name is Salam Bhatti. I'm a public interest lawyer. I used to work at the Virginia Poverty Law Center. But before that, Vosh, I was a child of immigrants. I mean, I still am a child of immigrants, but you know, we grew up poor. We needed programs like WIC and free school meals to help make ends meet. I'm sure a lot of y'all in the audience had to benefit from that, and it's there for us to utilize to get by and get through. I helped veterans when I was in my law school's veterans clinic, and I saw firsthand, like, this was post 9/11, and it was all about, you know, support our troops, we love our troops, rah rah rah, all this money going into there. But as soon as they became veterans, we kind of just forgot about them, and like the Veterans Administration was just god awful. And then I worked at the Virginia Poverty Law Center, where we fought and won for tens of thousands of families. We were able to make legislation and lead coalitions that expanded SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, for 25,000 families. And Vosh, we got that done with a unanimous vote from Democrats and Republicans in the state assembly, without having to give up an inch. We made the roadmap to universal school meals in Virginia and got the reduced price program. We got that subsidized. So it expanded free school meals for tens of thousands of kids. We repealed a racist law known as the drug felony ban, did a bunch of other stuff. We made SnapScreener.com, which over 2.5 million families have used across the country to unlock over $100 million from SNAP and WIC benefits. And then I moved national. I went to the Food Research and Action Center. Also, the acronym is known as FRAC. And for those 2 years, I was like, what the frack is going on? Because Republicans were just tearing up the country. We fought a Republican-led farm bill. We fought that big, ugly bill. And now we're running for Congress because, hey, like Thanos says, I'm just going to do it myself.
I've been told fracking is bad. I'm very confused right now.
Yeah, I know that the name was before fracking was a thing.
Politics is nuanced. So you're an overachiever. Like, we don't have enough of those to compare ourselves to. Pretty young too, as certainly as House members would go. You're 40, right? Or 39?
40, yep.
It's a good 40 too. I feel like that's, you could fool some people with that. That's good.
I sometimes forget. And so, like, and Vosh, the 3 questions I get at the doors are: how old are you? Do you take corporate PAC money, and do you take APAC money? And when I tell them 40, no, they're like, you've got our vote.
Yeah, that'll do it. At least that would do it for me. I'm not one of those principally opposed to 80-year-olds. Bernie Sanders. I mean, I think he should retire because he's old and he deserves it. But no, it's just there's a bit of a bias right now in the demographic makeup age-wise in our Congress. So it's it's good to see a bit of pushback against that. I want to talk to you about a variety of things. Normally, when I talk to progressive candidates, they're running in blue districts. You are not. You are running in a narrowly red, I mean, arguably at this point, like dead purple, like basically coin flip district. And I want to ask some frank questions. So I know politically I prefer you. There's no question. Anyone watching through me would agree with that. But I want to know, how do you feel you would square up in the general? It's a 50-50 district, more or less. Whitman's been there for a while, since I think 2007. And you are, unless I'm misremembering, and I've drastically misread your Wikipedia page, you're young, you're Muslim, which at least to some Americans seems to be a bit of a damning point. How do you feel you would do in a general in VA1?
Yeah, I was talking with somebody out in the eastern part of the district, the more rural part. And he said, he's a Democratic leader out there. And he said to me, Salam, I wasn't sure about your electability. But when I met you and I heard you and I saw your experience and your vision, I knew you were the guy. And so that is the common refrain we're seeing, especially in the rural parts of the district where people might think, will these folks vote for a brown guy? They are so sick and tired of Rob Whitman that they're going to vote for whoever is offering them something better. And it's not, we have the whole slate of 7 candidates offering something better, but I'm the one with the experience that actually can say, hey, we've actually done this kind of stuff that helped people no matter their political background, and we're going to take this forward.
Yeah, Whitman's approval rating has been dropping slowly and steadily over his tenure. I believe now I've seen polling vary around like maybe -5 or -6% in terms of approval. Mm-hmm. And it's been growing too, that divide. So it is a good chance to take advantage. And
Vosh, also for the viewers who may not be familiar with Whitman, he went viral just a few weeks ago. He took that fake phone call while he was walking away from a reporter. So in case you may not know who Whitman is.
I forgot about that. Thank you. Yes. I saw that on Twitter. He continued the fake phone call for like a minute, right? Like he was really leaning. What was he avoiding talking about?
I believe it was the Social Security cuts.
No wonder, right? Like they never, even the deadest red of Republicans don't want to admit what they have done and what they're going to do to Social Security. God, I completely forgot about that connection. That's really funny. Okay, so there's some recent drama in your race that I was only informed of right before I suppose right as I woke up, where the DCCC has, in my opinion, very improperly dipped their toe into this election and expressed a preference for Shannon Taylor, probably your lead, challenger for the primary seat. Can you explain this drama? Can you explain what led up to it and why you think that's an issue for the viability of the candidate in this race?
Yeah, so the DCCC, the congressional arm of the Democratic Party, came in and endorsed Shannon Taylor quite early on in the primary. And this is at a time when we had about 10 candidates in the race, so competitive primary. What they should have done is just waited to see who the voters would choose and just fully support who the voters choose. But instead what they did is they, without visiting the first district and seeing the entirety makeup of it, they anointed somebody who had just lost a race for the attorney general. And not just the general, she actually lost in the primary. And Vosh, this was very concerning because she lost due to principally taking $800,000 from Dominion Energy, the energy company out here, at a time when people's energy bills were going through the roof. So it's a very poor judgment call from a candidate to take that large sum of money. Now, a lot of people didn't really understand why would the energy company make this historic donation or contribution to a candidate. But then the other shoe dropped just a few months ago, long after the election was over, that Dominion was planning a merger with NextEra to become a massive monopoly in the energy space. So of course, Dominion's going to give the person who was the favorite to be Virginia's top lawyer a large sum of money so that they stay out of this merger. So that is really troubling. Another thing that's also troubling for the DCCC choosing this person is that she just prosecuted a case against a NICU nurse who is on video. She broke the bones of 9 premature babies. And this prosecutor agreed to a 3-year plea deal. That's not even a year per baby. So people are mortified across the state, across the district. Yeah, so that's bad. And that's just like surface level. And we've got people converting to us. They're like, hey, you're actually the guy who's got the experience fighting for us on the basic needs. And they're wondering, wait, Salam, why aren't you the one who's getting the support from the party? And I tell them, I'm like, listen, our policy priorities, Medicare for all, tax the billionaires, get big money out of politics, they all impact the donor class. And we're also pro-Palestine. So, of course, the party's not going to be supporting us.
Yeah, so I understand. I know that the DCCC picks favorites. I'm aware that they have meddled in races before. I think it's very undemocratic for them to do that. You should at least wait to see how the voters feel. But in particular for VA1, this is not a deep blue district. The preference of the DCCC, to me, actually makes a candidate more vulnerable than the general. If you ask the people of Virginia 1 to pick between whose political side they would rather take, Trump's MAGAs versus Hakeem Jeffrey versus the establishment Democrat, I feel like that's a clean sweep for Trump. I feel like the worst thing they could do for their candidate in the general is say, this is the Jeffries pick. This is the establishment pick. So it seems like a classic case of Democrats trying to advantage themselves over progressives and hamstringing themselves in the general. We see the same thing in Michigan in the Senate race right now. The drama I was referring to is that 4 Democrats wrote a letter to the state chair asking for a reaffirmation of neutrality in this race. Were you one of those 4?
I was, yeah.
Please, can you explain why?
Yeah, and we actually even had put a letter out when the DCCC did the red to blue as well. We put out a statement at that same time of, saying, hey, we just had a No Kings rally, and here you are anointing a candidate. Let the people vote. And so what happened recently was that the DCCC collaborated with a candidate that they endorsed to put out a video of a really poor job in the media on talking about their race. So it's just like, hey, we want all of the county parties, all of the Democratic parties in the respective counties, they're all neutral. They, again, every single newsletter they send out, they're saying we're neutral. We're not doing anything to promote any candidate. We're only going to be sharing what they give to us. And we want to make sure that the state party commits to that neutrality as well, because there are some folks within the state party who are closely aligned with that candidate as well. So it's like, it's very dirty in the back end. And we want to make sure that neutrality is expressly stated.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes the establishment Democrats get jealous of the fact that Trump is basically the kingmaker in the Republican Party. Whoever he picks goes, and that's just how it is over there. But that's also a very undemocratic way of deciding who wins in their primaries. We are, I think nominally we're supposed to be better. Theoretically, we're supposed to be better, you know? No, it's very, very unfortunate. And I feel like we're at risk of like the worst case scenario here, both for my sanity and for the people of VA01, which is if Shannon Taylor wins and then she just gets crushed. She like Whitman overperforms relative to previous elections. And then it's like, okay, what do we learn? Well, nothing we're going to apply next time. That's for sure. You know?
Right. And listen, when you're running a centrist, that's essentially running Republican light. Why would Republicans want to vote for a Democrat when they can just vote for a Republican who's the same with an R next to their name, right? And what we've seen from Pew Research reports that in a midterm, Republicans don't convert. Maybe some of them will, but not enough convert for Democrats to win. It's all about voter turnout. So the way we turn out voters is exactly what our campaign is doing, which is talk to policies that impact the voters, not some high-level wonky marginal things that are incrementally going to change their lives, but really let's go in, man. You know, my policy issues are root-busting issues. We don't have time to attack symptoms anymore. We got to go all in. We got to understand that poverty is a policy choice, and we don't need poverty. So let's go and get rid of it.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think that the chasing, this is like Schumer's mentality, right? He imagines like two Republicans, right? He will, for every Democrat we lose by running a centrist, we pick up two Republicans, which is not how this works. We've learned, I mean, we learned in 2020 in Georgia, for example, the overwhelming importance of voter mobilization, right? The real problem the Democrats have is not that Republicans don't agree with them. Republicans are electorally unmotivated by reason. We just judging from the candidates and policies they support, really don't think they're that motivated by logic, just by and large. I'm just making a general statement here. But there are loads of people who are, in some form or another, to some extent, sympathetic to Democratic policies, in the same way that when you ask people their positions on specific policies, like, for example, strengthening Social Security or reforming the VA or Medicare for All, depending on how you phrase it, and you get far more people supporting these individual policies than you do the Democrats broadly, what really matters is mobilizing people to turn up. And it seems like the Democrats keep relearning and then forgetting this lesson because it's convenient to them, you know, like it's convenient when it works in their favor in the general, but then when you get to the primary, it's like, which primary candidate would attract the most Republican voters, you know, as if that's on the table.
Right. I mean, that's what we saw with Kamala Harris going around with Liz Cheney instead of union leaders. You know, we're not going to replay that failed playbook. It's about going around with the working families, with the working class folks, talking to them, and also taking out the paternalism. It's like, oh, you have an issue, here's your solution. It's more about, you have an issue, well, what would you like to do? How would you like to solve it? And how can we use our seat to empower that? And one of the things we did when I was at the Virginia Poverty Law Center was create something called the Virginia Food Access Investment Fund. It was $500,000 that was set aside where anybody around the state, Virginia's a huge state, people could address the food desert by offering some proposal, and the state would provide grant funding. Because we knew there's no one size fits all solution. You can't say everybody needs to do this, but everybody could say, oh, this will work in our community. And that's exactly what happened. We had some amazing grants come through that helped, like a farmer in Hanover, get a fridge so she's able to sell her product throughout the year outside of the season. We saw another one outside in a desert area who was able to get a juice cart so he could provide healthier juices and healthier fruit options on a mobile setting. So lots of different ways where the government can reinvest the money into the people with some great projects.
No, yeah, I agree with your statement that policy choices lead to poverty, or more specifically, that poverty is a choice. You know, we've long since met and surpassed the productive efficiency necessary to make sure everyone can enjoy a decent standard of living. We're well past that point. That was a while ago. Now, every homeless person, everyone who lives in poverty, there were choices that led to that. I feel like it's kind of like a parallel issue to the apathy, right? People don't turn up to vote because they feel like they get the same outcome no matter who wins. And the reason they get those outcomes is because both parties, the Republicans and the establishment Democrats, are committed to an economic paradigm that takes no responsibility for its outcomes, for the poverty, for the inequality. And that makes people apathetic. It makes people feel like, well, why even bother? Why show up? The outcome's going to be the same either way. And it's sad. I feel like cutting through that apathy is really tough, but it's also like the essential project of the party, which is why I appreciate you. I think a lot of people would kind of be self-conscious to say poverty is a choice, like a policy choice, not a personal choice, of course.
Yeah.
People, you know, because they feel like that implies kind of a broader worldview than a lot of people want to take a stance on.
You know, case in point, expanded child tax credit during the pandemic. Everybody marveled about it because it cut child poverty in half. And I was like, wait a second, we only stopped at half? You could have added a zero and cut child poverty entirely? And then you put a sunset clause on that expansion so that when it went away, child poverty not only came back, but it was worse. So again, it's a policy choice. We can end poverty.
You look at like allocation of resources. The state, ultimately, they produce the currency. They have control over these decisions, over what happens. You have like three sectors. You have the government and its debt and its funding, its assets and its, you know, its total balance sheet. You have the majority of people, say the bottom 99%, and then you have the 1%. Every year, the 1% get upset. It's like, where's the money going? And we all know where the money's going. People are getting poorer. The government is in debt, and the 1% are ungodly, unfathomably wealthy. Like it's informed simplicity. It's not rocket science. It's pretty easy to figure out what's going here. And we impose policies that allow for this. That could not have happened in the 1950s when we had a much higher upper tax bracket and different monopoly laws. We made these choices. Anyway, I ramble. For your race, I'm actually asking here, I'm not pitching the question hypothetically. I genuinely want to know, do you have any upcoming panels or debates that you're looking forward to? I know you had a panel on the 28th of June recently.
Yeah, we did. I don't think we have any forums. We have a summer picnic happening this Saturday where a lot of the candidates will be. We don't have any forums. It's really going to be different county groups, county Democrat groups who have set up just, picnics and stuff like that.
So, yeah, tell me about that. That sounds like perfect Virginia style. Virginia, it's the love state, right? Tell me the vibe.
Virginia is for lovers. I'll tell you what, people can follow on social media. We post our agenda every single week on Instagram and Facebook. We pin that post of where we're going to be every single day because we want to be super accessible. And then every Saturday or Sunday, depending on the weekend, we do coffee chats in the morning at a local coffee shop, not a corporate place, but a local shop. So that's one way for people to get in touch with us. If they can't attend, any day is during the week. But so, for example, on the 18th, we have the King and Queen County Summer Picnic. That's going to be at 5 o'clock in Shackelford, Virginia. That's up on our Instagram. We have the Blue Wave Cookout on the 25th. I don't know where that is. It's not on the calendar
okay, I
yet.
see it. Wow, you have this really well laid out. Yeah, I'll show this on stream after we're done here because I don't have the computer know-how to show you and it at the same time. But we'll go over it. You have a pretty well laid out schedule here. That's nice. That's good. I love the like re-engagement with local, like the importance of just going to your local coffee shop, to use your example. DC is so technocratic, like people feel basically no connection to their local reps, which is, obviously really, really bad for democracy. You've been having good convos out there, like good vibes, the people you talk to?
Yeah, and honestly, it's surprising. Sometimes people will travel an hour or two just to come meet at a coffee chat. And that really, it humbles me. I'm like, whoa, people are actually out there looking for change and coming and attracted to it. We've had some great conversations with parents who are very concerned about technology in the classroom. So we learned about a petition that got really popular in the Henrico County area. So we want to promote that. When we were out in Northumberland part of the county, we learned about the Little Wacomico River, which is a federal channel. The jetty is a federal channel, and it's been neglected for many years. It needs dredging. And so when we learned about that and that there was a petition for it, again, it wasn't me offering a solution. It was me taking an existing solution and promoting that on our social media. And that generated a lot of buzz of people, of my audience, signing on to the petition. Even a Republican said, I don't really like your other policies, but I can see myself voting for you just because you raised this. So there's a lot happening where people in the rural parts of the district have been forgotten, and they are very excited that somebody is speaking to them and their issues.
Oh, looks like you've got another future voter there with a question.
Yeah, he's my secondary campaign manager who wants the TV remote.
Many such cases.
Why do you take this off? So you wouldn't press the find a remote button and make it beep while I'm in the call. How dare I?
No, I mean, getting really local with the constituents then. No, I agree. Speaking of kids, the tech in the classroom one, I think is actually a really under-discussed one. I've seen a lot of like very local, like municipal buzz about this, where parents are like, please God, stop giving our 4-year-olds iPads. And then the school district is like, nah, we can't. We've forgotten how to. We've forgotten how to read books or whatever. Really, really great stuff.
It's a big issue because obviously the schools are underfunded. There's a lot of holes, a lot of gaps in funding because the wealthy simply are not paying their fair share. And so then what the wealthy do is they give all this technology to the schools, and parents or schools are just like, oh, this is so kind and generous of them. When really it's all for a bigger reason. They want to dumb down the critical thinking. They want to
surveil. They're like logging info. They're listening to the kids say they want ice cream, and then they're directing the ice cream trucks on a local route to optimize how much of mom's money they take. It's very sinister.
Yeah, and meanwhile, their children are not attached to any devices.
No, no. If you're sending your kid off to like a nice private school, they're out there with the old textbooks, Not to suggest that the average wealthy child is an academic overperformer. In my experience, a lot of them are just there to party. I mean, not in like elementary school, but later on. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think that like it's such a good microcosm of the problem. You have underfunded public systems. Everyone agrees something needs to be done, and then the wealthy people or corporations through private grants or partnerships or whatever step in with a half solution that is maybe preferable to no money or support at all, but ultimately serves their interests. And then everyone's like, well, what are you going to do? Not have the surveillance iPads with the 5-year-olds?
Yep. And then on top of that, here in Virginia, we're the data center capital, not of America, but of the world. So we have a bigger issue with regards to the loss of jobs that are coming down the pike. We also have Amazon is headquartered in Virginia. And what we've seen, and I don't know if you know about this, Vosh, but when Amazon is exploring where they're going to set up their headquarters versus where they're going to set up their warehouses, they look at the test scores of the schools. So if a school has lower test scores, that neighborhood is getting a warehouse. If they have higher test scores, that's more ripe for their headquarters. So it's really sinister what they're doing out there.
That's really grim. That's very like building the pipeline, like the building, sort of the modern equivalent of building jails in the same neighborhoods as like the, lower average income per capita neighborhoods. Like they just know, they're just saving time, basically, from their perspective. That's really grim. The data center thing is another perfect example of this, right? Overwhelming local opposition, and it doesn't matter. If you want a bridge built, if you want a pothole fixed, congratulations, you've just committed yourself to 2 years of town hall meetings. But if you want to smack a data center down, it literally doesn't matter. They just appear like overnight.
And literally after this is done, I'm heading over to a county meeting about the Google data center that's coming into Chesterfield County.
How do you think that one's going to go? Google? That seems like a pretty tough bid to fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's most likely going to go through. I think the Board of Supervisors have voted for it already, but people are very angry. They're very upset, and this is one of the bipartisan issues throughout our district. Northern Virginia is a data center alley, and our district is being considered to be the second data center alley. So Democrats, Republicans, Independents are all calling for something. So we've been outspoken in regards to a moratorium on data centers. We got to stop building them. We got to stop giving these tax incentives. We got to really go back to the drawing board and see what's the intelligent way of doing this so that it protects the environment and it protects jobs.
Pardon my memory. If I remember correctly, Virginia is actually the one state that taxes electricity consumption for data centers. Is that correct?
Yes, but at a lower rate than people. And so what happens is there's some agreement made with the data centers that we, the people, are responsible for their usage. So we are not even the only ones who are using the data centers. It's the whole world using these data centers. And when the whole world is using these data centers, the people of Virginia are the ones responsible for the bill. So it's incredibly troubling, especially at a time where tech usage is increasing day by day.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like we're developing the grid to match. So pretty soon, you're going to have to limit your online campaigning to 10 minutes a day as the rolling brownouts make your computer unusable at other times. It's actually it's not quite that bad. It's pretty bad though. I mean, after that recent heat wave, I know one of the big electricity providers across the eastern seaboard was like, we got very close to just shutting down service to a bunch of households. We were really close to like a cascading power failure, because of course it's never as simple as just like a temporary outage. You've like rolling outages because like one power relay is overwhelmed, so it shuts down, and then the next one shuts down, and these could potentially be like really dangerous. I mean, you can infrastructure, power losses, dams, street lights, and we by and large we don't talk about this stuff. It's really fundamental, like literally keeping the lights on stuff, but it's all being supplanted by, I don't know, whatever's going on in Congress right now. What are we voting on? Whether to merge our military with Israel's? Whatever we're up to at the moment.
Right. And then also, we are in the South. The Richmond area is southern United States. So should we have to have these brownouts, then especially in the summer, I mean, that is deadly. It gets to over 100 degrees we've been seeing as of late, and this is just early summer. So we're in for a very rough time, especially if these brownouts have to happen. We have a Nest thermostat, so it has like the energy saving settings, and the afternoons in the house are like 78 degrees, but in a data center, it's probably a cool 69.
Oh no, for sure, 100%. Cool, lightly taxed 69, no less.
And you know what? I am strongly considering registering myself as a data center, so I can get these tax breaks and get my thermostat down to 69.
Yeah, you gotta like mine Bitcoin. There has to be some amount of local Bitcoin mining you can do, where technically, I mean, good luck getting the graphics cards you need. I'm sure you could make it happen. It's like incorporating a religion of one for tax benefits or something, however the incentives play out.
Yep. That's right.
I by the way, I say, because I mentioned, what Congress is up to. I like that watermelon embroidered onto your shirt.
Yes, sir. That's my magnet. It's I take this everywhere I go.
Has it led to some good conversations out there in the campaign trail?
So sometimes we're in like a forum where we only have like 30 seconds to answer questions. And I always try to say something about, we need to get AIPAC to stop funding our candidates or end the genocide in Gaza. And the times I don't get to mention it, people come up to me and say, hey, I saw your watermelon pen. I really appreciate what you're doing. And thank you for calling that out without even saying something. And I'll tell you this, Vosh, when I was in Lancaster County last year, it's Eastern Virginia, rural part. I'm looking at a crowd of about 150 older white Democrats. So in my head, I'm like, they're conservative Democrats. I'm doing my stump speech. They're liking it. And I'm getting to my last point, and I'm like, I don't know how this group is going to like what I'm about to say, but it's my campaign. I got to say it. So I said, and for God's sake, we need to end the genocide in Gaza. Vosh, that got the biggest applause of the night. And people came up to me afterwards saying, thank you for saying that, because we've been waiting for the party to say something. We also saw a poll done just a few months ago that showed that rural Democrats in Virginia are very upset with the party for not condemning the genocide and for continuing to take money from the pro-Israel lobby. So people are seeing it. They're seeing that we're sending billions of dollars over there to kill kids and bomb houses, when at the same time the government's saying we don't have the money to teach our kids or to build housing here.
Yeah, no, I think like there's been an enormous effort on the part of establishment Democrats to underestimate how much people care about this, and also to frame it as a kind of like secondary foreign policy issue. At the end of the day, as deeply entrenched as it is, support for Israel from centrist Democrats is a special interest issue. It's the same kind of problem, really, we've been having forever in politics. This one's just really big and really magnified, and there's a lot of attention on it. If a person's really beholden to a special interest, you can't trust them in general. It's like what you said earlier with taking a bunch of money from a local power company. It's not innately morally harmful to take money from a power company, but the implication is they're giving it to you for a reason. There's a reason people do things. It's very basic politics. If a person's being super deferential to Israel in a way that doesn't seem to reflect the interests of their constituency or of the country, it suggests a susceptibility to special interests. It just frustrates me when people talk about it like it's exclusively foreign policy. Support for the Iraq War wasn't just foreign policy. It came with a slate of support for no-bid contracts from the Pentagon to military corporations. It came with a suppression of free speech in the media, where if you questioned the war, you were, attacked. It came with the Patriot Act. It came with a bunch of other stuff. Everything is intertwined. So yeah, I despite the many efforts to castigate, pro-Palestinian support, I imagine a lot of people are happy to see it. I imagine a lot of people are frustrated that this, widely popular position is still held so harshly among Democrats.
Yeah, and you mentioned, post 9/11 era of all the legislation that passed that really rolled back civil liberties. ICE was a product of all of that. ICE is not this American institution that's going back 100 years. It's like 20 some years old. And what we saw is that it was created where, in a place where due process is not at its foundation, dignity is not at its foundation. So when you have something that's created out of such a seed, we see the monstrosity that it's become. And so that's why we're calling for the replacement of ICE with an agency that's founded in due process, justice, and dignity. It can be done. We just didn't do it. And we made something that is the Slave Patrol 2.0.
Yeah, we did it for like 200 years. Border Patrol under the AG. We had a working system. No, you're right. And there's an almost perfect overlap, too, between Democrats who voted to show appreciation to ICE for all the good work they've done, and Democrats who are very, very deferential to Israeli special interests, to AIPAC, or to, continuing to send them weapons. So again, it's all interconnected. I think that people are just generally frustrated with the feeling that their vote doesn't matter, and that there's a totally separate set of interests dictating the behavior of people in Congress. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, we agree on that. I guess it's just a matter of how well you can pitch your case to not only the Democrats in VA1, but to the general population. Because it would be, I'm sure it would be a resounding message to the country if you not only won in the primary, but then went on to win at the general. That would be huge. Unprecedented, even, for the progressive to win out, and then in a purple district to crush a longtime Republican incumbent. That would be huge.
Yeah. And so we've got a really interesting general election ahead of us. We got Mark Warner, who's running for re-election for U.S. Senate at the top of the ticket. And then we've got 3 ballot measures for constitutional amendments, which I'm forgetting all of them, but one's about, protecting reproductive freedom. Another one is about voting rights. And the third one is about marriage equality, if I recall correctly. So very important ballot measures that are going to bring out so many voters. So a lot of disenfranchised voters we believe are going to come out for those 3 ballot measures. We've gotten a lot of Gen Z folks volunteering with our campaign, whether it's online or via phone banking or through canvassing at the doors, such that when the high schoolers are knocking on doors of like 70-year-olds, the 70-year-old is like, I'm going to vote for whoever you're excited about. So it's really cool to see that happening.
That is really sweet. I personally, I have a bit of a grudge in this as well, like a personal bias, because there was a lot of bad lesson taking after Spanberger's victory for the governorship, which, Spanberger has, in my opinion, almost immediately sort of shown her hand towards capitulating to centrist interests. The wave of vetoes that she did against the interests of the Democrats in the state legislature, really disappointing. But the lesson a lot of people were pushing after that, motivated people, they were saying, oh, well, here's how you win in Virginia. Go centrist. And I think that's horseshit. I think that Spanberger won off of an ailing Republican base. They are increasingly unpopular, but I don't think that makes it impossible for progressives to win. I think that if anything, progressives have the better case to make because they're less tied down by the weight of the Democratic establishment and its overwhelming unpopularity.
But also, her opponent was Winsome Sears. Anybody could have won against Winsome Sears.
Especially after Doge fired so many federal workers who work in the suburbs outside of DC and Virginia. Like it was an environment favorable to her. But the lesson here is not progressives shouldn't even be considered. I think that's maybe why the DCCC was preemptively supporting, your opponent in the primary, right? They really don't want for there to be a lesson here, right? That progressives can do well in these seats. They want it to exclusively be the purview of, moderates.
I'll say this. We put this in a newsletter recently that the establishment would rather lose an election before they lose a check.
Absolutely. Easily, 100%. Every time. Yeah.
They prop up these candidates who are fundraisers, but not policy folks. And that's why we're not seeing the change we need in DC. It's because all these people are essentially, they're the high school jocks. They can raise money. They can raise dollars, but they don't know how to raise change.
And in contrast, you promise, and this is a campaign pledge, you have $0. You're free entirely from monetary influence.
Oh no, we've raised over $270,000 from over 2,900 contributions.
Sounds like corruption to me. I don't know.
You know what? I'm owned by the people.
By the $17 average donation people, by the people of Virginia. It's not a bad special interest group to be beholden to, the voters.
That's why we're a public interest lawyer and not a special interest one.
Yeah, it is quite fitting you up against in particular up against an attorney general, right? Sort of a difference in perspectives there.
Yes. A Commonwealth attorney. Now, I'll tell you what, we've got over 400 volunteers signed up, and Progressive Victory is coming through very soon, starting July 19th through August 4th primary with phone banking. So folks are most welcome to join via the PV Discord to take part in that. And I'm going to be taking part as well. I love calling people. I love being in community with volunteers and doing it. So we'll have a lot of fun when we're doing these phone bankings.
I can't possibly overstate how much I want to see you win, and I cannot overstate how much I want to see people in my community. Please go and phone bank and volunteer and donate. Please, I don't want to keep you forever. I think that everyone well likes you at this point. Give us your final pitch, give us your pointers, and I'll close it out directing people to do whatever they can to support you.
And let me drop a Lord of the Rings reference. And also, let me also say, Vosh and I did not coordinate our outfits.
No, but it worked out pretty good, huh?
It worked out really well, yeah. You got good style, man.
Hey, thank you. I don't have the watermelon, though, so I'm kind of getting mogged right now.
You can go to equalityentrance.com and get your own set of magnets.
Okay, thank you.
So, a lot of people ask along the trail, what is it that's keeping you going? And I like to reflect on this incident between Gandalf and Frodo. When Frodo in the book, Fellowship, he was leaving the Shire, and he says to Gandalf, "I wish the ring had never come to me. I wish none of this had ever happened." And Gandalf says, "So do all who live to see such times. But that is not for them to decide. All they have to decide is what to do with the time that is given to them." And running for office with my lived experience and professional experience is what I've decided to do with the time that's given to me, instead of just, thinking that it all has to happen this way. So as we go forward in these final few weeks, we've developed a wonderful fellowship that's understanding that we're taking this ring of terror, of horror, and we're taking it to DC to throw it into the very fires of whence it's come. And I cannot do it alone. So as the sun is setting on this version of America, and we're left wondering in the darkness of this night, who's going to come save us? My dear friends, it's us. We are the ones we've been waiting for. And I'm waiting for all of you to join us on this journey as we work and struggle and fight for that new sunrise on a new nation that is going to serve us. We've been told, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. But now is the time to ask, what can my government do for me? And that forefront of our mind is Medicare for all. But I cannot do it alone. I need you in this final few weeks. If all of you who are watching donated $5, $10, I wouldn't have to call anybody ever again. I could be on the doors doing exactly what you want me to do, which is winning this election. So come through, volunteer with the phone bank through Progressive Victory. If you're in town, come knock doors. And if you can't do anything, if you can put in a few bucks, we're going to get that win.
Now, I have to add as an addendum to this, and I apologize for attempting to engage in a gotcha. Have you read the book?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You win. I haven't.
And it was Glorfindel, not Arwen, who rescues Frodo. So that's
when I get around to reading it, I'll fact check you on that.
Yeah,
I really appreciate you taking the time. I really hope you kick ass out there.
I appreciate it, man. And Salam Bhatti VA is my handle online. Salam4VA is my website. Salam4VA.com.
Take care. We'll do all we can. And have a good one.
Thanks, Vosh. Thanks, y'all.
Bye.
Bye. How do I get out of here?
I'm often asking myself the same
question.
No
worry. I can help out.
I think that went pretty good. I was feeling a bit of a rapport there, in my opinion. Maybe it's the Maybe it's like the age, like we're close enough. I feel like we, you know, there's a sort of synchronicity in cadence. That was pretty good, in my opinion. That was a good interview. That was fun. Yeah, seriously, do what you can with PV. Please phone bank, donate. I really mean it. We don't have a lot of polling data on the VA1 primary, but I think that if he makes it through, I think that he has a good chance against Whitman. It would be like seismic nationwide if he was to win, because it would be a very clear, it would be a crystal clear example of a progressive beating out not only the centrist in a purple district, but beating out the Republican. It would be absolutely huge. It would be massive. So please do what you can. Can we get a donate link? Ben. We'll put it in the description. Whew. That was good. That was good. That was a good convo. Good bit. 100%. Absolutely. Okay. Salam. Let's do body. Interview PV. How descriptive. Which seems so jolly. Well, it was a fun convo, you know. There was a rapport, there was engagement, there was, you know, we're doing stuff. Oh, read the books. Yeah. Oh. Shark's Bite. I don't manage the Discord. I'm afraid that your email is wasted on me. You should send it, or you should, if you're interested, you should talk to the moderators of my Discord. But I can't promise they're going to engage with it because they get lots of suggestions. Yeah, he does make me hopeful. He does make me hopeful. He's good. He's good. He is good. He's very, very good. Don't bother them too much, Ben. 1 second. Oh, yo. Woo! What, do you have Kat Abagazale on stream even though she lost? Yes, but only as a fellow content creator. It would be like a content creator engagement, you know? Man, it is, I gotta say, and I've been holding on pretty strong, it is fucking warm in here. It is like, it feels like solid 85 in here. I am sweating. Yes, checkmate, David. We covered it at the beginning of stream extensively. That's fine, Benjamin. Isn't your shirt like 1 micron thick? Well, yes, but wearing a shirt that's 1 micron thick would not actually, it doesn't actually like change the temperature. I would prefer to wear this shirt over like a heavier shirt. Do you wear linen much? I have a couple linen pieces. I'm not a huge linen guy. Linen's very European to me. All right. What do we have here in the tabs list, man? What do we have here in the tabs list? What's going on over here?
Supposed aid from Lyndon Johnson's Great Society that actually rolled back some of the benefits that black families enjoyed, like a stable family foundation in the 1960s, no longer the case today, in part because the government gave them an incentive to live in single-parent households rather than dual-parent households. Affirmative action, effectively a cancer on our national soul, in part because it's a form of psychological slavery that holds black Americans back by teaching them that they can't get ahead without actually somebody giving them a boost.
Well, good luck on your gubernatorial race. Does anyone like this guy? Genuinely, no. He is losing in polling. Yes, Bird in Motion. I also covered that. I'm sorry I joined late. You can scroll back, you know.
We inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country.
And it was really amazing. You know, we inherited it, and then I had my first news conference the day after I took office, and they said, affordability, affordability. They go, that's a fake word that they use. They caused the affordability problem. It's called high prices. They came up with this word. They're good at coming up with words, but we came up with a good word too.
Again, I really wish that I could get, I'm like having a shower argument with a liberal in my head. I think that I would agree with a liberal almost entirely on what the problem is here, right? But what I would like to have a conversation on is the solution. I really, 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 really want to know what liberals have to say about the viability of politics when the Democrats are facing a serious electoral challenge from a party whose one guy, whose main figure, says stuff like affordability is made up. Like, this is unprecedented in all of American history. It's unprecedented in democracy broadly. The idea that you could have a person who is this openly detestable, like it goes beyond just in-group signaling or whatever. Like he literally, like, he'll just go up there and say, I want houses to be more expensive, not more affordable. I think affordability is fake, and this is still like a real election somehow, not a 99-1 blowout. It's unprecedented in the history of this country. So what do liberals have to say about this? Is this not an indication that democracy in the current framework, with the way media and our educational system operate right now, is just not viable? Because that's the feeling I get from this. What I'm looking at when I see stuff like this, the feeling that I get is like, oh, we're done with this. Like, we have lost the artifice. There's no longer even a pretense of alignment in the values of our politicians versus the needs of our people. We have to, like, do something else. It can't be this. Like, this clearly isn't working. Would you support democracy if you found out that every American was just choosing randomly? Would you support democracy if it turned out that every voter, or at least a very large number of them, like 50%, always voted for the candidate whose last name is ordered first alphabetically? So if there was a last name that was like like Aaron or whatever, that would be the candidate they voted for. And 50% of Americans only voted based on this. So in any election, more or less with some variance, the candidate whose last name is prioritized alphabetically would win. Is this a system in which you would defend democracy? What if humans were a species that always, or at least overwhelmingly, supported the taller candidate? This is, by the way, to an extent, this is true. We do tend to favor taller presidential candidates. But imagine, like, no matter what the election, like, we had some kind of innate biological drive, to some extent, to vote in favor of the taller candidate. So, like, about half of the population's votes are determined by that factor alone. Would this not suggest on some level that, at least given those conditions, democracy isn't really a viable way of doing things? Because the incentive structure here would just drive everyone to pitch the tallest candidate possible. It doesn't matter how good or bad their positions were. If you pitched like a basketball player or whatever, like, okay, they're going to win because 50% of the population is going to vote for them no matter what, and everyone else is going to be split between policy votes. So I don't know, like, this is the question I'm having. I think democracy can work with a well-informed populace. This is what the founding fathers believed as well. This is what the initial, like, Enlightenment era advocates for public education believed in. And for democracy, like, you don't want people voting when they don't know anything about anything. This was the argument that the founding fathers made for land owning people being the only ones who can vote. The idea being that this was like a general metric you could use to determine education. And while I disagree with that policy, it is undeniably true that, at least in those days, owning land had some kind of correlation to your education. A lot of people who didn't own land were like, I mean, obviously there were slaves, but there were also indentured servants or like farmhands, and a lot of these people were barely literate. So there was a correlation between land ownership and education. That was their motivation. They were trying to make a preference. They were trying to express a preference for education here. Also, it was very classist, but, like, you understand what I'm talking about. In a way, having a bias for education is classist, obviously. Social and economic class correspond with education to a large extent. Whatever, you get my point. This is what I want to talk about. Like, if I was to have a hypothetical conversation with liberals, this would be what I would want to talk about. It wouldn't be some dumbass bullshit like, I don't know, is Schumer better than Thune? Or is Gavin Newsom better than Trump? What a boring conversation. Like, yes, obviously, but that's not what we're fucking talking about. Like, I'm not, my concern here is not like, you know, which is the least stinky turd or whatever. Like, is this a good system? You know?
Democrats, dumb. You take the B out. Most people don't know that dumb has a B, okay? But the U replaces the E, and you have a Democrat, and I just don't understand, because their policy is so dumb, what they've done to this country and what they will do to the country. If we don't win the midterms or win the election, everything that I'm talking about, you can just write it off, because it'll revert back to open borders. It'll revert back to ridiculous high interest rates. We inherit.
Phenomenal. The most powerful person on earth.
I said, what's better, electric catapult or steam? He's been there for 25 years. He said, steam is better, sir. We can fix it with a hammer and a blowtorch. When the electric goes bad, I have to send to MIT to get geniuses over here. I said, steam is better. Yes, sir, it's better. So why did they do electric? Because you can have the catapult go like this, but you can't put planes on it, sir. It takes you 39 seconds. By the time the 39 seconds is up, you have a full head of steam.
What is he talking about? I don't know.
And I love breathing that steam, sir. That's the
I don't know.
cleanest air you've ever seen. But I said, so you're saying we spent billions of dollars.
Vosh, I want to prioritize educated voters for democracy to function. Also, Vosh, I don't like vanguardism. So this is actually exactly my point. The problem is that the Vanguard Party in the Soviet Union ended up being a separate political class with a distinct set of in-group interests. In the real world, like in America today, the interests, the biases, and the material requirements or needs of educated people are the same as non-educated people. It's true. Like, educated people in America aren't asking for a separate set of political systems that wouldn't benefit non-educated people but would benefit them. That's because whether you're educated or not, you belong to the same political group. In America, policies that harm uneducated people, by and large, harm educated people too, and vice versa. Whereas in the Soviet Union, they rapidly passed a vast swath of policies, laws that privileged the interests of the Vanguard Party in a distinct way. That's the problem. I'm talking about different political classes. Now, do I have a bias for the educated in terms of political representation? 100%. Absolutely, I do. But there is a distinction here.
Extra to build electric catapults instead of using. And I said, what else do you hear? He said, the elevators are no good, sir.
It should be noted, by the way, that the position that I just expressed is identical to that of Karl Marx's. Karl Marx thought that educating the proletariat was essential. That's why he was talking up shit about the Lumpenproles, right? But Marx did not, like, broadly endorse the idea of the creation of a separate political class to manage political affairs. We already have that. We already have a separate political class. We already have one.
They're lifted up by magnets. So here's my deal. I said, when Caterpillar tractor, and I watch more tractors than any human being on earth rip rock right through rock. It's all hydraulic. So I said, when Caterpillar goes into the business of using magnets to lift up their little blades, when they go in and when they go away from hydraulic, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do something. I'm going to start using magnets, but we don't want to use them. So we're not letting any, Pete, we're not letting any more ships be built with the ridiculous...
With magnets.
Billions of dollars more they spent on electric catapults, and they're not good. They're not nearly as good, too complex. And by the way, we had to call the ship in twice because their catapults didn't work, and I predicted that was true. And the same thing with the...
I genuinely don't know what he's talking... I don't know. You can't ask me what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about.
Magnetic elevators. We want them to be made hydraulic, which it can be hit by lightning, it can be hit by anything. When a little water touches the magnets, it doesn't work anymore. And you're in the Atlantic Ocean with waves that are 60 feet high, and the Pacific Ocean with waves that are 70 feet high, and they're talking about...
He's talking about aircraft carrier launching system for planes. Okay.
Magnets, it makes you want to get sick. I actually called in the architect of the ship, and I said, have you designed a ship before? Well, I haven't spent a lot of time on that, sir. No. even the cab, you know, the tower, they have it in the back instead of in the middle. It's supposed to be in the middle where you have more room. I said, why'd you move there? Well, we thought it was very good. Why did you do it? And why is the ammunition under where the admiral is, the tower? They have the tower.
So, right, like this again, this kind of contributes to my point. Like, what do you do when democracy doesn't work anymore, I guess? Like, what do you do when the incentive structure is fundamentally broken? Like, I don't support democracy for its own sake. I support democracy because of its outcomes. I like self-determination as a principle, but obviously if like I don't support the self-determination of 6-year-olds because then they're like, I want the candy, and then they fucking explode or whatever. They do Willy Wonka shit. They fall in the damn chocolate river. You know, like obviously I want self-determination with good outcomes. If 6-year-olds could engage in the self-determination of what to eat and like it got good outcomes, then that would be a different matter entirely. If you said, go eat what you want, and the 6-year-old got like broccoli and a diverse, you know, like a wide range of healthy foods with the vitamins and minerals and stuff, that'd be a different deal. I guess what I'm saying is like right now I feel like the American electorate is mentally 6 years old, and we keep falling in the damn chocolate river, and we die because he like died or whatever. I don't know. Well said. Thanks. All right. Well, seems like he's on one for this press conference. Might as well take a look at what our fucking POTUS is up to.
He's been really amazing. You know, he used to do interviews. All he wanted to talk about is war. Sir, would you give a pardon to 19 soldiers? Why? Well, they killed a lot of people. They were trained to kill, and that's what they did. And I pardoned a lot of people. But they've all been well behaved, right? Okay, good. Otherwise, it'll be a big story. Trump shouldn't have let him go. But I'm blaming you, Pete, okay? But he was very successful, actually, in television. I think he probably hated it because he can't love anything more than what he's doing right now, and he's doing it incredibly well.
All right, cool, great.
This ridiculous CHIPS Act where you give billions of dollars to a company and they didn't even know what the hell to do with it. You give them billions of dollars, they say they're going to build. Nobody knew what to do with it. And, of course, the standards were so high. If you weren't transgender, as an example, you didn't qualify. So they get the money, they look all over for transgender people to run the company, large portions. They couldn't find them. They weren't into the chip-making business, I guess, right? They had other things on their mind. But this was the Biden fools, those idiots that almost destroyed our country.
Yeah, man, sure. I just don't really know what we're supposed to do with democracy in a country where the president can say the CHIPS Act only went to transgender people. I don't really know what we're supposed to. I don't really know what we do, like, following from that, I guess. It kind of feels like past a point we have to wake up and smell the roses, acknowledge that the music is playing, specifically this music. Just sort of.
We then got hit with COVID, but even including COVID, we did a great job in COVID. We never got credit for it, but every country was ripped apart by that disaster.
There are a lot of trans girls in comp sci. Do you think that, like, I don't know, Trump accidentally overheard some J.D. Vance ramble on Ray Blanchard or whatever and is just, like, regurgitating it? What really makes me sad is how my parents believe there's nothing wrong with the admin. He's ordained by God. Well, this is what I mean about democracy not being viable. Like, the existence of people like your parents is an argument against democracy. And I don't mean that in the cutesy, like Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst system ever tried except for every other one. I'm saying that in the very, like, straightforward, like, no, I mean it. It's not viable kind of way, you know? I know there have always been people like that, but I feel like the detachment from reality has only gotten worse with time.
But the only one they have that I know of is one that they want to use. They use it. They don't use it in terms of energy. They showed people, look how beautiful this is, as those poor suckers buy those windmills and lose their ass. But it's a terrible form of energy, most expensive form of energy.
Democracy has had demagogues since Greek times. Yeah, but I'm not necessarily railing against demagogues. I'm railing against, like, about 40% of the country being anti-reality. This goes beyond just demagoguery. Demagoguery is just a natural byproduct of human social incentives and behaviors. There will be demagoguery in literally any political system, no matter what. It's something you have to manage, but it's inevitable. This is not inevitable. This is a deliberate byproduct of capital doing everything in its power to prioritize its own interests, no matter what. Even if it means the destruction of the country that they reside within. Capital has no chains on it anymore. They used to, and now they don't. You know, it used to be that business leaders would genuinely worry about regulations. They would worry about calling down the wrath of Washington on them, you know, the FTC or whatever else. But now that's done. Like now open criminals, fraudsters, people who get away with billions of dollars in flagrantly illegal behavior, white collar crime, they just go up to the president, they ask for a pardon, they work with him. There is no chain on this anymore. So it's not really demagoguery that I have an issue with. It's that there's just like no, and a significant number of the people are like totally on board with this. You know? So you want to go back to monarchy feudal system? No, you can't go back like that. The material dialectic doesn't work in reverse. You can't like what I'm saying is the political system that emerges, that thrives, is a byproduct of environmental conditions, right? Technological and social changes led to the emergence of democracy as a norm, same with fascism, much the same way that, you know, feudalism wasn't conjured up out of nowhere. Mercantilism too. Like these systems exist not because people just thought of them, but because the material conditions allowed for their existence. Not to say that human will isn't involved, just that it's a complicated environmental, you know, it's a multipolar set of forces that lead to these being the case. We're not going back to feudalism. It seems like what the elite are trying to do is turn us into Russia, you know, a kind of like sham democracy oligarchy, a managed democracy where wealthy people have basically no laws that apply to them. And democracy is maintained via overwhelming media control to the point that like basically 3 companies owned by 3 people control everything you hear and see. That through algorithms, independent media is controlled tightly, maybe not at an individual level, but in terms of like on average people are seeing what they need to see, and mainstream media is controlled very tightly. Yeah, kind of like modern techno-feudalism, oligarchy, managed democracy. Buzzword. But I don't know if that's necessarily how things are going to go. I just think that's what the elites are trying to do. I think that's the direction they're pushing in. I don't really know where we go from this. It does feel like democracy's done though. Like the conditions that allow for democracy are rapidly vanishing. Climate change is the big one. Climate change is the big one for sure. Yeah.
Energy, it's intermittent, doesn't work, and in my opinion, it kills the environment. It kills the birds, but it's visually. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. And I'm proud to say that we have approved almost none, I think none, but we are, everybody's under an order. No wind, we don't want the windmills. We don't want them. And let somebody else use them. But everybody using them is in very big trouble.
So do you think there should be some unelected board of experts that decree our lives to us? No, I don't think I said that. It makes it difficult for me to assume you're asking these questions in good faith when you assume my positions. I just explained pretty thoroughly what I think. I don't know what comes next. All I know is that like the precursor, the systems now that prop up the environment, that prop up the current political and economic paradigm are failing rapidly. I can tell you what they want. I don't really know what the best outcome is here because I don't know if we can really plan for the system. Then you're doing the Winston Churchill thing. No, Winston Churchill was defending democracy despite its faults. I'm saying democracy is no longer viable. Those are different statements. I don't know what comes next because, like, I don't think we get to plan what comes next. I don't think that what happens next will happen because we plan for it. I think what happens next will happen because we must endure it, which is a totally different deal. I have no idea what kind of political systems are going to be required or incentivized in a world that is like burning to a crisp. I don't really know what. So which is why I prioritize advocating for resiliency over other things, you know? That's like my big push, I guess. Maybe Kowalski, I don't know. I haven't thought about it in a while. You're doing the Churchill thing and that you're criticizing democracy without providing an alternative. What I'm doing is definitionally different. So I feel like you're being contrarian, or maybe a little bit ridiculous, or maybe just unintelligent. Winston was saying there are problems with democracy, but it's the best system we have. I'm saying it's no longer viable. He's making a normative statement endorsing it. I'm saying that descriptively, not normatively, it cannot continue. These are fundamentally different statements. They're not only different in their, in the intent or the motivating force behind my statement, they're different in their nature. The difference between a normative and a descriptive statement. You're doing the Churchill thing in that you're a man, but I wasn't that kind of man. I'm really trying to explain my point here. I'm asking you what you think the alternative to democracy should be. So, to be really clear for the third time, I think that it is difficult to advocate for a system irrespective of the environment in which that system is built. Or to put it another way, I can tell you what I would like to see in terms of policy positions or whatever, but what I'm telling you right now is not a statement of what I want, it's what's possible. I think that the systems that emerge because they are possible, not because we want them. People don't, amidst the turn of the 18th century, people didn't want the Industrial Revolution. The Industrial Revolution didn't happen because people were all like, I would like it if all this happened. It happened because the material conditions changed. The availability of new technology and social developments trended in 18th century England into a new modality, a new relationship between the workers and the owners, one totally unique in human history up until that point. Nobody prior to that point could have known what system was viable after the introduction of that technology, those environmental changes, because they didn't know what those changes would be. I don't know what the world's going to look like in a year, let alone 10 years from now. The problem is that I think the world is going to look very different. I don't think it's going to be like similar a year from now or 10 years from now. I think it's going to be very, very different. So different that democracy is no longer viable. That's exactly my point. Do I want this? No, I don't want the world to fucking end due to climate change. But I think it'd be irresponsible of me to be like, well, I would like socialism. Okay, so of course you know I want socialism. You understand that I have strong critiques of the market economy and that I have strong critiques of the existence of the bourgeoisie as a economic class. Of course, yes, okay. So what systems end up being viable in the next world? Let's call it the next world now. The world after climate change, mass climate migration, so on and so forth, AI, like techno surveillance. After these changes really take hold, what systems become viable? As a byproduct of the technology, the environment, and the social relations, what becomes viable? Well, I don't really know. I can tell you what I'd like to see. Of course, I'd love peace on earth. I'd love socialism. I'd love democracy, a workers' democracy for all. Are we going to get that? No, I don't think so. So I'm limited now to advocating primarily for resilience, right? I think that things are going to be quite bad for quite a while. I think that life is still worth living, but I do think things are going to be quite bad. And I think the best thing that we can do is to prepare and to advocate for positions and policies that best position us for political power in the future. That is to say, whatever the next system is going to be, whatever happens in the future, I want good people making that decision. I want people like, Mamdani, not people like Schumer, or certainly not people like Trump. I think that if people like Trump, or to a lesser extent, people like Schumer, Gavin Newsom, Clinton's, Kamala Harris, whatever else, if those people are the ones in charge, if the circumstances lead to them being in power, I think that the world in the future will be much worse. I think that we will revert back to a much baser form of tribalism, ethno-nationalism, gunning down climate refugees at the border, the mass abandonment of cities and structures and infrastructure and so on. I think a better world is possible, but I think it will require people in charge who are capable of, engaging in like a more fundamental critique of and replacement for our existing economic structure. Is that thorough enough? So TLDR, dementia, I can't do this. This has been 20 minutes so far. You have milked me. I am milked. Okay, my balls are empty. You've gotten everything I can give you right now. You've basically procured a whole thesis from the ether. I leave it to you, the act of interpretation, as communication is a two-way street.
We're in energy trouble because they don't work, and very expensive, most expensive form of energy, and they don't work. I mean, to think So I call it a military operation, but call it whatever you want. It's incredible. It's like it hasn't made a dent. A lot of people thought oil would go up to $350 a barrel, and today it's at $79. A couple of days ago, it was at 60.
Feel like that could be a good YouTube short? Maybe. It's a little bit long for one, but I guess YouTube shorts can be like 3 minutes now or something. I don't really know. They can be pretty long. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's important. This is what informs my optimism, you know, to the extent that I have any. My belief that we can get a better slate of people in charge when it matters, when it really counts. That's my hope. I think it's very, very important. Like, overwhelmingly important. Like, I think the lives of billions of people will hinge on our ability to convince voters that there is a better alternative than the road we're currently headed down.
It went up a little bit because I had to take tough action because they did not obey what they're supposed to obey. I mean, they just didn't do it. So we took a little action. But
very good, Mr. President.
When that settles down, I think you're going to have $55 oil, which is all great for what you're doing, maybe less than that. I mean, so I call it a military operation, but I call it whatever you want. It's missile defense shield. We're building a golden dome over our country, and it's going to be a very effective one. We had 111 missiles shot a few weeks ago by our lovely friends from Iran. They were aimed at the Abraham Lincoln, which is a beautiful aircraft carrier, by the way. The SS Abraham Lincoln, 111 in a short period of time. Out of the 111 missiles shot, 111 missiles were knocked into the sea easily. Think of that.
How wonderful.
Critical minerals, and I hope you're going to do magnets. Somebody out there, I hope you're all brilliant people. Magnets. Do magnets, okay? I'll tell you how to make money. Do magnets. You're doing a lot of great stuff. Do magnets. Because one thing we don't have, but we're getting close, but do magnets. So I hope John Gray is listening to me so he can give him a couple of bucks and go into the magnet business. I guarantee it's going to be a success. It's one thing we don't, for some reason.
We're doing bits. We're doing ancient bits. We're rediscovering ancient bits.
Powerful new vehicles for our military already in a different truck. And Mack Truck is doing really well, and they've been great. And because we're here in Pennsylvania, where State Trooper Michael Farrow was killed just 2 weeks ago by an illegal alien operating a semi-truck on a commercial driver's license, which he should never have had. He was here illegally, came in through Biden. Today, I'm making one more important announcement. My administration will soon take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers who are just killing a lot of people. They can't read signs. Many of them are on drugs or alcohol, and they shouldn't be driving these things. And they came in totally illegally, and we don't want them, but they are driving all over American roadways, and we're going to replace them with proud American veterans who are going to take our veterans, who are going to make them, we're going to teach them a lot about driving trucks, and in many cases they know. We're going to say any American who's driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license.
I feel like what you're saying is democracy will collapse, and it's our job to remind people how good and functional it can be. I think that we need to keep people hopeful about the potential for civic involvement. Yeah, I think that people need to believe that there's a point in participating, because the more docile and apathetic people are, the easier they are to control. If people strongly believe that a better future is possible, it becomes true. And if people believe the opposite, that becomes true. We want people to feel hopeful about the future. Or even if they're not hopeful, they have to believe there's a point in trying. It's one of the reasons why I'm so bullish on Mamdani. Mamdani is a phenomenal example of a reminder to millions of people across the world, tens of millions. I mean, a lot of people pay attention to Mamdani, that good governance is possible. It is possible. It is possible to do good, to promise things and to win and to do good, to try harder and to reward people for their faith. Even with how fucked up and inefficient our system is, with how hard progress is, he can still do things. That's very, very important. It's so important, I actually consider it more important than most actual outcomes, most policy goals. That is to say, reminding the voters that there is a point in trying is in many cases more important than the actual empirical outcome of those policies. To put it another way, and to make myself, I guess, a little bit more like attackable for this position, I would rather Mamdani promise people a position that would lead to, let's say, some inefficient outcomes. Like maybe it's a bit of a bad idea. I'm not saying some crazy, horrible, like, you know, like I think we should drop a bomb in the middle of Wall Street or whatever. Just some like, you know, some inefficient policy. Like his state-run grocery stores, city-run grocery stores. Let's say the city-run grocery stores aren't really that good of an idea. You do the math, they're not that good of an idea, okay? Whatever, people have tried this. I'm not engaging in whether or not it's a good idea right now. I'm just saying, like, let's say that is the case. I think that it would be better for him to try them, engage with it, give it an earnest shot, even if it ends up wasting some money, and then to turn to the voters and give them a report on what they wanted, rather than to just drop it quietly and never address it again because he was convinced it was a bad idea. The reason for that being, I want there to be a dialogue between the voter and the candidate. I don't want those decisions to be made technocratically all behind the scenes, for the voters to just endure what their betters say is right. I want for Mamdani to be public about it, to be engaged with it, even if there's some inefficiency in the process, because the outcome of that is that people feel engaged. That engagement is also a win. That is to say, voters feeling like they have participated is an externality that must be factored into our assessment of politics. If you have good policy outcomes, but as a byproduct, voters feel alienated and disenfranchised, that is a bad outcome. That is an externality you have to factor for, because it has measurable negative impacts down the line. You get my point. Why can't we admit democracy is done? Yippee. No audio? Yeah, I know. The audio is coming from me. I was just looking at the clip. I am the audio. The audio is me, and I am the audio. Can we move on now? Well, I was going to move on, but you've kind of made me want to not move on. You've made me want to linger on the position. U.S. missiles have struck a children's cancer hospital in Avaz, southwestern Iran, with patients being evacuated minutes ago. Lovely. First U.S. strike on an Iranian hospital in months. Cool. If they were evacuated, that means we warned them, and if we warned them, that means we knew we were striking a children's hospital. Not that there's any excuse for us not knowing. Like, we know what we strike. Our missiles are pretty accurate. Nice. Israeli? Yeah, very Israeli thing to do, for sure. Disgusting. What are our thoughts on the newly released DSA national program? This might not be good for end of stream. This might be like more of an in-depth thing. Also, these are low resolution images, I think, or maybe it's just because of how Reddit's formatting them. Am I wrong, or does this not look like a very appealing watermelon slice? I know they're layering it with the kefir or whatever, but like this looks a little bit... Am I dumb, or does this look like Iraqi drew it? Does this not look like how he would... No, I'm brain rotted. I'm sorry. I've been reading fucking part 7. Does anyone know what I mean? Like a fishnet watermelon? Hold on. Somebody's praising me in the Reddit for something that I probably shouldn't be praised on. Vosh's ability to recall info about vast amount of shit is insane, Sincere Glazing has said. Listen, if the Reddit is allowed to make fun of me for things that I didn't do wrong, I think they should be allowed to praise me for things I didn't do right, too. In fairness, paid chatter, slipping the Benjamin over. Watching Vosh over the years, I admire how firmly he stood in his views, not just talking out his ass, providing historical context, pulling up Char's articles to expand his points. I really do wish I had a better memory because I feel like I would fucking crush even better at this job. Chat subsidizes my memory quite a bit, which is very important, you know. I do feel like I'm getting better at this though. Thank you. Thank you for the paid shilling. I am like actually dying of heat. It's getting warm enough in here that I can feel my eyeballs roasting a little bit, you know, when it's warm and you can feel it every time you blink. It is very warm in here. I had to close the door for some reason. Hold on. Vosh had no business weighing into DSA politics. This was an unfair mischaracterization of certain DSA factions, the debate on what method to use to endorse a presidential candidate. Vosh in his assessment not only took a side in the discourse. Wait, what's wrong with me taking a side in the discourse? Like, I'm not a DSA member, but okay. Like, I'm not a member of the Republican Party. I talk about the internals in the Republican Party pretty often. He portrayed certain factions in a degrading and bad faith manner. I don't think I talked about them in a way dissimilar to the way that I talk about, like, political actors in general. I feel like I was relatively charitable to the DSA left. There's another rumor stream like Vosh didn't weigh into this because he respected the independence of the movement to not weigh and influence the direction. Wait, hold on. I disagree with this fundamentally. I don't believe in if the DSA is gunning up for a presidential endorsement, I don't believe in the independence of the movement. They're socialists. I'm a socialist. We want people to join the DSA. The idea that only DSA members should get to weigh in on DSA politics, I fundamentally disagree on that. Like, I don't know why I would believe that. I don't believe that about anything. I weigh in on political organizations in and out of America all the time, everywhere. I've talked about every UK political party, like all over the place, right? Like I don't believe in that, you know. I'm a registered Democratic voter, I guess, so I have license to talk there, but apart from that, you know. Hassan didn't weigh in on the drama, just saying, okay, you're teeing me up right now. Hassan is scared of alienating leftists in his audience. He understands that he has a very Big Tent audience, and for that reason, he often withholds from internal drama in an effort to avoid causing bickering and infighting. I don't necessarily think that's a bad idea. Like, I understand the bigger your tent gets, the less, like, you have to be less opinionated. I wouldn't expect somebody running for, like, president to be as opinionated as me because, like, you have a job to do. Politics is a job. I, on the other hand, feel I have a lot more license to speak because my community is very, very familiar with, like, lefty infighting. Like, whether or not he sits out to me doesn't, like, influence my decision at all. Can I not express my opinion? Vosh has chosen a side on an internal political matter and has tipped the scales of the organization. Does this apply in, like, any other case? Like, should I not be allowed to take a side in any other political matter and to tip the scales? I'm trying to tip the scales. I have normative positions that I want supported. I think some things are good and some things are bad, you know? I don't, like, I want certain outcomes. He's not that influential. I'm definitely influential enough to make waves in DSA internal politics. As long as the people who watch me are smart enough to not mention that they watch me. Well, I'm a member of, I can, you know what, let me be uncharitable for a moment. I can tell you're a member of the DSA left because you think vote whipping is unfair. This is a common thing for the DSA left. Like, everything has to be deliberated in council, but, like, you think it's somehow manipulative to publicly express opinions for a public vote. That's also something I strongly disagree with, you know? The vote whipping is part of politics, man. It's going to be part of politics when AOC is running for president as well. Oh, this is definitely lefty. You've never said you're neutral? Yeah, no, I've never in my life pretended to be neutral on, like, anything. At all. It's not a skill set of mine, you know? This sub is too many essay posts. True! Why aren't people posting like, hey, that was a funny bit? Nobody posts, hey, that was a funny bit. Even though I do funny bits. I know they're funny. I see the omegalols. How many undercover Voshites are in the Renaissance community? Please don't talk like this. You're not undercover, you just watch 2 streamers and that's totally fine. Want to say you're probably right yesterday about fan bases. You're the only streamer I watch, and I'm sure I'm not the only one like that. I don't think it's necessarily bad if I'm the only streamer you watch. There's only so many like large political streamers, but like definitely don't get all of your political news from me. Like a lot of the stuff that I say, especially on stuff that's outside the field of sociology, because that's where I consider myself not an expert, but at the very least well-informed, come from other people anyway. A lot of my economic opinions come from Unlearning Economics, you know? Like he's far more educated on it than me. I learn when I watch him. You know, I get good points from TLDR News. There's a lot of stuff that I watch that I get opinions from. I consider my job to synthesize it and then like present it, you know. But I'm certainly not like the origin point for a lot of that information. Would you say the endorse AOC without conditions position is better than the endorse AOC with conditions/guarantees? Well, listen, the only thing that I was weighing in on in DSA internal politics that I have a strong opinion on is that it's bad to prevent a non-synchronous email vote, a non-binding vote on supporting AOC. I think that it's important to get that data from people as soon as possible. I think that it is important to, as soon as possible, get a general read on how the DSA electorate feels about AOC in this regard. And I think that holding that up is only happening because the left DSA is uncomfortable with the political implications of overwhelming support for her. I think it's very undemocratic to oppose that. Like, it's non-binding. If it was a binding resolution to support AOC in 2028, that would be different. That's totally different. I agree that should go through more deliberation. But a non-binding, like, you know, litmus testing or whatever, like we're just trying to see where people stand, I think that's very, very different. Especially because we know what the outcome is going to be. The left DSA just doesn't like the fact that a bunch of people who have joined DSA over the past, you know, 2 years are like Mamdani pilled, let's do social democracy type people or whatever. But hey, that's part of the DSA. If you use the DSA to get Mamdani elected, you can't be surprised when a lot of the people who join the DSA are Mamdani fans who want to do more of what Mamdani has done. That is to say, democratic socialist entryism. You get me. Fuck off. Under the Biden admin, I remember you saying the DSA should be dissolved. What was up with that? That I do not know the exact context in which I said that. I don't remember saying that. I would have to like revisit the situation because that seems like a mischaracterization of what I said. Maybe it's not. I do not remember what was said. Kyle Kulinski and the Majority Report are kind of streamers. Well, the Majority Report is, at least. All right. I think that it's time to read donos. Let's talk about the Massey's amendment tomorrow. We're going to have more news on it tomorrow. I'll keep the links up. You 100% said it as a joke in response to some annoying DSA shit? Probably, yeah. Also, keep in mind the DSA right now is a very different beast to how the DSA was before, you know? The DSA is has come a long way in the past couple of years. I don't know, Seattle DSA considers NYC DSA to be to the right of them. Well, in fairness, the Seattle DSA has accomplished like literally nothing. That's not entirely their fault, but at the same time, like if you treat your DSA chapter as a reading group, whose job it is to critique but not affect, then like, yeah, obviously you're not going to have, yeah. Trust me, I've interacted with plenty of queer Seattle leftists, and I can tell you I understand the disposition within Seattle DSA, and I'm not yeah, I don't think effectiveness is really on the table there. Did they endorse Katie Wilson? No. I don't actually know who they've endorsed locally. Jalen Scott, it seems. I don't know who that is. Should pay more attention locally. How's Katie doing? Eh. Good on transit stuff, bad on police stuff. So no Disco Elysium today? You people are pissing me off. I will tell you when I'm going to play Disco Elysium. You will know. You'll know. I'll say I'm going to read Donos, then do Disco Elysium. If I say I'm going to read Donos, then I've got stuff to do today. I want to play more Disco Elysium. Just don't, like, fucking, like, be annoying. Emilia Roma, Semilocon, Mimico, and Cats and Mechs, thank you all for the tier 1 subs. I really appreciate those. Leafar, thank you for the $5. Ahead of the all-digital future, Nintendo made it now so the Switch/Switch 2 can transfer updates and patches from Switch to Switch without internet connection now. Really? Oh, that's quite nice. I'll have to read more on that. Rave Dubin, thanks the tier 1 sub. SamFan155 contributed 2 very generous $25 donos back-to-back, which seem to be on a subject I'm not that familiar with. England fans at the FIFA World Cup be like, bang, bang, come on England, bang, bang, score some fucking goals, bang, bang. Posh England football fans be like, ring, ring, make haste, chaps, ring, ring, acquire some points if it isn't terribly inconvenient, ring, ring. Did I do it good? Did I do good with the accents? Normally I won't do accents if I see them in a dono, but I wanted to do these ones, so I'm okay with doing them. So true, probably. I mean, didn't Argentina win? So I guess it didn't work. I guess it was a bit of a trouble to score some goals. Pretty good. I'm annoyed. Okay, gotcha. Here's a website to see DSA endorsements. What about just in Seattle or like the state of Washington or whatever? With a cable, I assume the universe. Or like Bluetooth or whatever. Okay. Diet Cutie, thanks the tier 1 sub. Been losing weight the past year. You've been an inspiration. Down 20 kilograms. Damn, 20 kilograms in a year. That's very, very impressive. Yeah, no, 100%. That's very, very good. Well done. Very well done. Dirtbag Dan, thanks the tier 1 sub. Humidix was something like 45 degrees Celsius yesterday in Ottawa. The only mitigating factor was the wildfire smoke, which obscured the sun. Yeah, no kidding, man. Pretty soon we're all going to be praying for the days the wildfire smoke blows our direction, so it reduces the fucking UV index. Grim. Very, very grim. Today's stream's been fun. I was really invigorated by that interview. That felt really good. Salam Bati. What a cool dude. Hadn't seen much. The only bit of Salam Bati that I'd seen, I think I saw off stream. I think I saw one local news interview, and I saw part of that panel or roundtable that he was part of. Yeah, I like his energy. I think he's cool. Kind of countered a little bit my disillusionment after that disappointing Ro Khanna interview. Communord, thanks the tier 1 sub. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the gifted tier 2 sub. Delayed purchase of a rice cooker to purchase ability to play Disco Elysium. That is very fair. Cat Pick sleeps in blips. Disco Elysium really is like as good. It's as good as games get. Honestly, I think it's as good as political edutainment gets. In terms of political information that is delivered to you in an entertaining format, like it's meant to be consumed as entertainment, like it's meant to make you happy, not just inform you. I think Disco Elysium is pretty much like the best in the world. I mean, you could consider even like Das Kapital edutainment to the extent that Marx is a pretty funny writer, but I'm not using a definition quite that expansive. Blap. Mlap. God, cats are funny. You. Philly G, thanks the tier 3 sub. Could you cover Dump Duke, Florida? I want to hear you mispronounce St. Petersburg again. We're trying to get it municipally owned. Insta Dump Duke, Florida. I can take a peek, but I can't really promise anything. I don't really know the specifics, to be honest with you. Duke Energy? Ah, Duke Energy. Okay, so you're talking about a power company and not a... Why doesn't Florida simply invent the type of power that's like generator that's powered by hurricanes? Wouldn't that take care of things? No wonder. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Melhor Omo, thank you for the $5. If Ro Khanna had said since the base attacks were to deflect from the hostage taking, they weren't justified, but standalone attacks would be, he'd have been fine. I'm telling you, the way Ro Khanna gave the game away was when he said that Israel was justified in attacking Gaza. As far as I'm concerned, that's it. Like that's it. He very straightforwardly, in a dynamic between where the Palestinians are unambiguously the oppressed in this dynamic too, but even leaving that aside, the Hamas doesn't have the moral right to attack the IDF, but the IDF has the moral right to attack Gaza. Not just Hamas, but Gaza. He said that. So, like, that's it. Nothing else can correct for that. All other equivocating falls in the face of this obvious indication. He thinks it is more morally justifiable to kill Palestinians than Israelis, even with all other factors equaled. Well, I've always known he's an opportunist. I think I've said as much as well. But this means that whatever opportunism he's engaging in, he's still hedging his bets here, and that's not acceptable to me. I guess I'm now more pro AOC than Ro Khanna for a potential presidential ticket. Greg the Bot, thanks the $5. Zizek seems to be saying the same thing about liberal capitalist democracy not being viable anymore from his Substack. The only realist solution I see... I'm sorry, it's really warm in here. I don't want to do the accent, guys. Let me try it. The only realist solution I see is that in the aftermath of some large-scale catastrophe, a moderately authoritarian technocracy aware of our predicament will take over and do all of the necessary things. It will not be actively supported by the people, but it will be tolerated by the majority as you would tolerate a bitter medicine. In short, it will be war communism, not a communism of abundance. I think that's quite good. You need to do more sniffing. That's the best I'm doing right now, okay? I feel like this is my point, just delivered as one would expect from a seasoned academic and public speaker. Better. Is this not the point that I've been making, that the powers that be want to create a kind of like managed a post like a technological AI powered oligarchical panopticon where they're like the only thin line between reality and chaos, so you tolerate them but no one's really excited and everyone's too apathetic to do anything about it? I should read a Substack. I don't read any Substacks, but there are a couple of people whose Substacks I want to read. A couple of climate experts, there are some people I want to read. Read super chats. It's true, Subs and Soda, that in this, I think what he's making right now is the case they would make for the system. The idea that only this managed democracy or authoritarian technocracy or whatever would solve these problems. But it's true that my estimation is that they can't solve those problems, that they won't be able to. That the interests of capital are so misaligned with the interests of the world that capital will not save the world, even if it meant saving themselves. It wouldn't be the first time that's happened. Generally speaking, the big reason aristocracies and hereditary monarchies collapsed all over the world was because in a world that was capable of producing more material abundance and equality, they refused to. It's what brought down the Shah in Iran. If the Shah had ruled fairly, if the Shah was interested in uplifting and enriching the people, there probably wouldn't have been an Islamic revolution, you know? He might have been able to maintain his rule for a very long time, possibly up till today. Likewise, generally speaking, aristocracies across the world crumbled in the face of the better outcomes that, somewhat democratic societies were able to bring for their people. The elites constantly mismanage and overestimate how long they'll endure. I just think we're kind of speed running the process now. Millions of dead raccoons, thank you for the $10. The wildfires in Canada made the sky in Boston yellow. As someone who used to privately doubt climate change but towed the party line, I'd formally like to take the massive L. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to believe in climate change, not because they have real arguments against it, but because it's really difficult to emotionally wrap your head around. Swifty358, I got a segment on it. Mab06F, have you had a chance to enjoy content from Dropout? Do you mean the College Humor guys, Dropout TV? I watch a couple of their shows occasionally with my friends, and yes, I find them enjoyable. The one that I like is the only game show where the rules change every game. My name's Sam Reich. The only game where you learn by playing, you play by learning, and I've been here the whole time. Game Changer. Yeah, I find that show delightful. Yeah, it's quite nice. You know who Sam Reich's dad is? Yeah, he had him on for one episode that I saw. Is there an easy retort you can say to someone who does believe in climate change but thinks it's natural and not man-made? Got a guy at work who thinks this? No. Realistically, no. The evidence for anthropogenic climate change is so unbelievably overwhelming that sheer ignorance of the issue is like overly charitable. It's probably motivated reasoning. I don't know. I don't know. There are a million charts that you can do. Yeah, like, God almighty, I don't know. You know how much the carbon dioxide percentage in the atmosphere has increased since the Industrial Revolution? It's gone up by like 50%. It's such a direct relationship. Star Pilot, thanks to $5. Have a good time with your bilateral orchiectomy. Walk it off. Still live, thanks to $2. Hope you enjoyed your burrito. Brian Z, thank you for the $10. Earlier you asked what the follow-up is to won't Iran just unload in Israel if they don't have the Iron Dome? The follow-up is nuclear war. Well, I think that you're missing a couple of factors here. The only reason that nuclear war is on the table is because Israel has turned into a runaway death society that indefinitely wars with its neighbors. This is a process that will either stop because they are stopped or because they have won. And winning would in this case involve the conquest of Iran, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Egypt. So nuclear war is always on the table. It's like with Russia. I support arming Ukraine against Russia because I think the worst case scenario is for a nuclear mad state like Russia to get a win. You really don't want a win for a country like that, because a Russia that succeeds in conquering Ukraine is not going to go, that was yummy. All right, we're done. We're a democracy now. That's never how it works. We've learned this before. Appeasement doesn't work. Societies that are convinced their only path to glory is through warmongering will continue to do so. The problem is that we've been giving Israel lots and lots of wins. We've been defending them. We've been rewarding them for their behavior. And I think that is the cycle of incentives that leads us closest to nuclear war. If Israel was a rational state, this wouldn't even be on the table, but they're not. I think that providing them Iron Dome defensive weaponry does nothing but enable their mindset, that there are no consequences for their warmongering, but there will be. There inevitably will be. There already have been, and they will get worse. We're only delaying the outcome, prolonging the suffering, and worsening the final rubber band effect by doing this. I need advice on good pants that are not over 100 for the summer. I've been stuck in jeans all season. I assume you mean pants and not shorts. Like shorts would be out of the question, grim times. Well, look, anything that I wear or recommend is going to be over $100 because that is the real cost of a high quality garment. It really depends on what you're looking for. There are lightweight jeans, though they're a little bit inaccessible and expensive if you want real, like, you know, good jeans. You can find good stuff in vintage shops. You can find like drawstring trousers, linen drawstring trousers. You know, you can find deck pants. You can find like lighter weave work pants. You know, this is over 100 Orslo French work pants, but this is like a good inspiration in my opinion. Orslo makes a really nice French work pant that's like a chino essentially, very, very lightweight. I have these in white and in tan because I like them that much. See, you can tell by the way the fabric drapes how light these are. These are super, super light. I don't know what the weight of the fabric is. It doesn't say here, which is unfortunate. I wish it did say here. But it's very, very lightweight. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. The classic lightweight pants garment are linen trousers, you know? Yeah, shop at Uniqlo. They tend to have good options. Sigaspacho, thank you for the very kind $10. My job wants me to do construction soil testing for what will become a data center somewhere in my state. Is there not any way I can keep my job and not loathe myself for participating? Sorry, buddy. That's the problem with systems, you know? You're a part of them whether you want to or not. When you pay your taxes, that should be going straight over to Israel. That's how it be. Keep your job. Don't force yourself into poverty and suffering. You know, this is like a top level problem. It's not something you can really affect directly. Because Snickers, thank you for the $2. Very good. Panacea Pan, thank you for the $16.70. Much appreciated. My work gives us ice cream whenever the temp hits 100 because our buildings don't have AC. So guess who just got free ice cream for the 3rd time this week? Eventually, it's going to be less expensive just to install the AC. God damn. It's pretty funny work policy. Sergio A, thanks the $5. Psychotherapy, thank you. Or sorry, Psychotheory, thank you for the $5. Why does at-will employment never get discussed? Because it's such a lost battle in so many places. Like, it's insane. At-will employment is really, really bad. But like, workers' rights in America are generally very, very, very bad. So it kind of fits the environment. You know, we're used to it. Kowalski for Nebraska, thank you for the $7.75. Hit another fitness goal. I've started doing Bulgarian split squats recently. That's been fun. Just doing stuff. What are you up to, man? I should get a yoga ball. Yoga balls are great for calisthenics because doing them helps enormously with like balance and coordination. God damn, looking good. All right, folks, so that clears us of donos. I'm going to be here tomorrow. We have another PV interview tomorrow. In addition to that PV interview, we have another thing. Trump is giving his big, "This is why democracy is done" speech. You know, he's going to allegedly claim that John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock's Senate seats are illegitimate. So that should be fun. All right, everyone, take care, and I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.